All
Okay,
right,
great.
good morning. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx webinar, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panel role if you fail to respect this instruction. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustments of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Receiving a copy of a decision of the committee. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address before the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances, to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government recently amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. As of November 28, 2022, only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. The hearing procedure. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda when making your submissions. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals, either in support or opposed to the application, will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, do we need a motion to confirm the minutes of the last meeting?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. The minutes from January the 18th, 2023.
Okay. Do we have a motion to confirm? Carl, is seconder. Larry, all in favor? Minutes are confirmed. Are there any declarations of interest of panel or staff for items in the morning time slot? Okay. Any deferral requests, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have one this morning, item number 324 Kendal Avenue. And I don't see any applications this morning to be closed.
Okay. All right.
And we do have Aaron who has joined us.
Okay. We don't see Aaron yet.
Not yet.
Okay. All right, let us proceed then to, hello, Aaron.
Hi, hello, good morning. Thanks for waiting.
Okay, we are proceeding to number 1. (192) Ellis Avenue. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a 2-story rear and south side additions, basement rear addition, and a new rear covered porch. Also to construct a front yard parking pad. Okay, with this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, and we have email correspondence from engineering and from planning and urban forestry and Toronto and Region Conservation Authority. Okay, so the Mr. Gain.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so Mr. Gain.
Do you want me to run through a quick thing, or do you want to just bring up our slides? We had some PDFs.
No, I don't think, I mean, this looks reasonably straightforward. I don't think we really need a presentation. Mr. Gain, do you have anything to say that you want to say to the committee before we go into committee?
No, that's fine. It's just, it's a relatively modest addition, but it's just trying to maximize the views out to the ravine. The client wanted a nice living space on the back of the house.
Yeah, well,
That's the reason.
okay. Thank you. All right, panel, do we have any questions or any comments, or do we have a motion? Larry?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I thought this was a quite a reasonable application. It's a modest side and rear addition overlooking a ravine area. I think it's relatively straightforward. The fact that they are requesting a parking pad, I think is a good thing in this instance. Ellis Ave is a very busy road. It also has a number of both pedestrians and cyclists on it. So getting a car off that road, I think, is a good idea. So I think it's a supportable application. I'm prepared to make a motion to approve. Oh, and I did note that TRCA and Ravine didn't have any problems with this as well. So I don't think there are any conditions.
I think there is one condition.
Oh, I missed it.
Yeah. Well, Ravine and Natural something or other, RNFP. I don't know whether it's actually a condition, but I wrote it down as a condition.
Oh, yeah, they have to submit an application for a permit.
Yeah. I don't know whether that's an actual condition or just something we need to remind the applicant about.
I thought it was a standard process, but, you know, we can always refer to it if you like.
Yeah. Sabrina?
Chairman, you mentioned that there was a planning report. I don't have a planning report. Is there a planning report, and is there anything in it that we need to be? I don't have a planning report.
Nor do I.
I have forestry and.
I made a mistake, Carl.
Oh, okay. Okay, then I agree with Larry, and I'm happy to second it.
Okay. All in favor?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, are we including the condition from Ravine?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, so the application has been approved. Thank you. Now we move on to number 364 Winona.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've been trying to contact Barry Goldman and have not been able to do so. So maybe we should move on to the next one, and I'll continue to call him.
Okay, so number 324 Kendall Avenue. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing two-story rear and south side additions, a basement rear addition, and a new rear covered porch. Also to construct a front yard parking pad. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant. We have a staff report from community planning. We have opposition from numerous people on Kendall and Brunswick, from the Annex Residents Association, from Bernard Avenue, and from Walmer Road, as well as a 28 signature petition in opposition by properties on Kendall, Brunswick, Walmer, and Wells Street.
Through you, Mr.
Saba? Yes.
Sorry, I just wanted to state that through you, Mr. Chair, staff also received an email yesterday from the councillor noting the objection of the 10 variances.
Yeah. Okay, Saba El Mathno.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Saba El Mathno. I'm the architect from QBS Architects. I'm the agent.
Okay, so you're asking for a deferral?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So as stated in the email before you, in order to get more time to discuss with planning and to address some of the neighbors' concerns and the design, we requested more time so we could revise the design accordingly.
Okay, and you'll be talking to the neighbors as well?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Let us go to Roberta Kipp.
Roberta, you've been unmuted.
The proposal is planned, not the changes that may come into P. Is that correct?
All right, Roberta.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the chair, and we're the applicant is seeking a deferral to consider this project further with staff and with the neighbors. Do you have any opposition? Are you content with a deferral at this point?
I'm not sure how this procedure works, but it seems a little late in the day. I mean, is one allowed to make a deferral, then make radical changes to an application and start again? I'm not sure about that.
Yes,
They are allowed to.
yes.
Okay, so then really I have to say that I will accept the deferral and will hopefully get a new plan in advance of a meeting in the future.
Thank you. MM Hines?
We've been unable to contact MM Hines. We've called and emailed quite a few times. We can move on to Don Ferguson.
Okay, Don Ferguson.
Don, you've been unmuted.
Okay, thank you. Hi. Yeah, I don't know if you can see me or not. I can't see myself. I'm actually very unhappy to hear that the applicant is seeking a deferral, because I'm frankly, I suppose emotion is not necessarily permitted in this kind of thing, but I'm quite furious with this move. This application is as close to fraudulent as
All right, sir, we're not discussing the merits. We're discussing whether you're prepared to, if you're in favor of a deferral or not.
I'm not.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if Mr. Ferguson he would find it helpful to know that the planning department is also recommending deferral so that this can be worked on further.
Okay, thank you, Carl. All right, Henry Balaban and Ophira Sutton.
Henry, you've been unmuted.
Henry, you've been unmuted. Can you hear Henry? Can you hear me?
No, but we can hear you pretty clearly. So I'm assuming you guys are near the same device.
You're muted and I can't unmute your. Oh, if you unmute Henry.
Mr. Balaban?
Yes.
Are you're there? The applicant has requested a deferral. Are you in favor of a deferral?
I'm not in favor of a deferral.
I can't hear you, sir.
No, I'm not.
Okay, thank you. Sharon Bider?
Hello, panel. Yeah, I would like this denied, please.
But you're not in favor of a deferral, is that what you're saying?
That's correct. I'm not in favor of a
Okay,
deferral.
thank you. Jorg Lieberher?
Lieberher at 23 Kendal, and I'm also opposed to deferral.
All right, thank you. Ivo Ukivi?
Oh, I think, good morning. I am the lawyer for the owner at 26 Kendal Avenue, and which property is immediately adjacent to the property at 24 Kendal, just to the north. We are opposed to the deferral, and the ground for the opposition to the deferral is based and I'm not getting into the merits of the application, but rather pointing out a very significant issue for which there is no repair on it when this goes back to staff, and that is that there's been the application relies on the existence of a garage that it does not exist. There's been a building permit application open on this property for 17 years, which was renewed 12 years ago, but no building has been constructed in the location where there's a suggestion that building exists. There's only soft language in this application that if you read it carefully, you realize that no actual garage structure exists. The problem with that is that that garage structure itself does not comply with the now in existence zoning bylaw, which means that one of the significant changes to this application would actually be the need to get new variances for that application, because one of our positions that we have advanced to the building department is that the building permit application itself, it cannot proceed, and the building permit should be revoked. And so on that basis, this application should today be heard on its merits. And to the extent that the applicant decides to come back with a proper application, including that garage structure, then that should be heard at some point in the future on a different application, because this application is structured, cannot be modified to now bring in a new building as far as from our perspective as a question of law. So I would ask that this committee deny the deferral request and have a hearing on its merits today. Thank you.
Okay, Colin Taylor.
Colin Taylor, you've been unmuted.
Yes, I object to the deferral.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Al Mathno, what do you have to say about the garage? I didn't quite understand the significance of the fact that the garage has never been built.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is no mention whatsoever on any of our drawings or the application mentioning that the garage is existing. If you look at even before you, the drawing before you, it says proposed laneway apartment over pre-existing permit garage. Also, the zoning notice mentioned pre-existing permit. There was never mention about an existing garage. So that was
and the planning department is also asking for a deferral?
Correct. So we've been in direct discussion with planning. I've spoken, as you can see from the email, directly with Oren and Tiffany, and we were suggesting some modifications back and forth, but we ran out of time to provide the revised drawings to satisfy and address the planning department concerns. Hence, we requested the deferral, and you can see in the planning recommendation, it proves that we've been in discussion with them and we are willing to modify the application to the satisfaction of the planning department.
Okay, thank you. All right, panel. Do we have a motion with respect to the deferral? Larry?
Yeah, sure. I listened carefully. I wanted to acknowledge all the neighbors who have written in. It sounds like, and reading from the correspondence, there is pretty overwhelming opposition to this application. Having said that, I think that, given that planning has asked for a deferral, I do think that there is an opportunity for the applicant to return with a much more palatable application. I think that the applicant has a pretty steep hill to climb to address the neighbors' concerns. But I think they could conceivably be addressed by a more modest proposal. So I think it's a deferral is appropriate in this instance, and I'd move deferral.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Aaron, all in favor of a deferral? Carl, are you opposed to a deferral?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Chair, can we just add in for the reasons for the deferral, to speak to and address concerns by planning, but also...
And the neighbors.
But also, yes, to have, robust discussions with the neighbors to try and address what are really quite serious and substantial concerns.
Right. Chairman, if I might just adding to that, this is a case where with a deferral, if the applicant was to come back with some minor variations, this isn't going to wash. This application needs a dramatic rethink, which is why I opposed the deferral. I would move denial now, but I do think the applicant needs to listen to the comments of the neighbors and to this committee. This application needs major work to be palatable.
I would agree with that.
But that can be resolved presumably with discussions with the planning and with the neighbors without us refusing it, I believe. And okay. All right, all in favor of deferral? I think we have already had a motion. Motion passes 3-1. You have your deferral. Can we go back to number 2? Mr. Goldman's here. Okay, so I'm going to call number 2 now. I can get my computer. Okay, next item is number 2, 364 Winona Drive. The purpose of the application is to construct a new 4-story detached dwelling with an integral garage, a covered front porch, and a rear basement walkout with a rear deck. The existing rear patio area and shed will be maintained. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have a report from Urban Forestry, an 11 signature petition in support and opposition from 323 Winona Drive. Mr. Goldman.
Morning, Chair. Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. I apologize for being late. I had a father's 101, had a little family emergency, but all is well now. I can give you a brief presentation if you like. I believe the application is minor in nature and meets the 4 tests. If you don't feel you need a presentation, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you. Panel, any questions or comments?
Chair?
Yes, Larry.
No, I think the one thing that sticks out quite dramatically to me is the FSI increase, and I think we're all assuming that's because the basement level or the floor level is included into the FSI. Is that correct?
Yes, that is the case. We just the usual zoning definition issue. The basement, because of the grading, is considered part of the FSI. So if we remove the basement from the FSI, I suggest we should be considering it as 1.34, which would be the ground, second, and third floor. It yields an FSI of 1.34. If you include the basement, it is 1.66. And I'll hasten to add, we are building on the existing bungalow footprint. So we're really giving that building a haircut at ground floor level, and then putting 3 new floors on it. But we are not altering the existing footprint of the existing building.
And just looking around on the street and the surrounding streets, how would the height of your proposed building compare to others in the area?
We did pretty exhaustive research of, thank you for pulling that up. I know that's a pretty small scale. I'll say that we're within the average of the approved heights that the committee has granted. It's by no means the tallest that's been granted. And additionally, the height that we're seeking is really to permit a parapet there's going to be solar panels installed on the roof. And so that height is really in order to make it safe for whoever goes up there to maintain and knock the snow off the panels in the winter. So that the building massing, I'd suggest, is in keeping with what's been awarded. We're not asking for very large floor to floor. These aren't giant high ceilings. It's typical for the neighborhood. It's really just maintain the existing foundation, build on top of it, and put a normal 3-story house on it. And the extra little bit of height, again, is just to make it safe for those solar panels.
Okay, great. The last question I have would be just maybe you could speak to the 0% soft landscaping in the front.
The 0%, again, it's a very small front yard. The existing building, as you can see, is quite close to the property. And because we are proposing a driveway and a walkway, there is really no room to consider any soft landscaping. We are proposing permeable landscaping to mitigate the rainwater effect. And I will suggest in sort of big picture terms, it's a very small piece of land compared to the backyard, which is all soft, for example. So overall, I'd say it's not going to be particularly harmful to the city in terms of adding a lot of rainwater to the systems, particularly with the permeable pavers.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Do we have any further questions or comments, or do we have a motion? Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was a little concerned initially at the height and the appearance of the building, but I actually think it's not that much at odds with what's already on the site. I think the architect is to be commended for building on the existing foundation. It will relieve a lot of the angst that accompanies redevelopment because there won't be a huge amount of demolition and associated problems with demolition. So on that basis, I think the application is quite reasonable. I'd like to move approval subject to forestry condition number 3. And with regard to the permeable pavers, it only appears in one of the drawings. I think it's A11. So I think there should be a condition that the front drive be constructed with permeable pavers as on, and if I stand to be corrected, I think it's drawing 1-1, because if you just say the site plan, on some of the site plans it doesn't show.
Okay. Do we have a seconder? Aaron, all in favor? Have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, move on to number 4, 152 and 152 Davenport Road. Purpose of this application is to convert the existing 3-story detached office building into a veterinarian clinic. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. Mr. Bronskill.
Morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, sir. I'm happy to go through a presentation, sir, but as you note, I don't think there are any letters of concern. I did discuss this with city planning, and they'd advised me by email that they had no concerns. There are no changes, just so the panel's aware, to the existing structure. It's just a repurposing of the existing GFA for non-residential purposes. It is a CR zone. There's a 2 times maximum coverage today, but the non-res is capped at 1, and so the 2 would just be fully deployed as non-residential on the lot.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, Carl?
No, Mr. Chairman, I was going to move approval unless there are questions from my colleagues.
I don't think there'd be any questions. Go ahead, Carl.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, this is a very straightforward application. As Mr. Bronskill has said, there's really no change to the building structure itself. There is a desperate need for more veterinarian services in the city. I can't see a downside to the application. I'd like to move approval without condition.
Seconder, Larry, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you, sir. Number 5. Hiawatha Road. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. Gamiro Neto.
Argamiro, you've been unmuted.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. So I'm the agent for 19 Hiawatha Road, and I believe the application is very straightforward. How are we doing?
Sir, for the record, can we have your full name and your address?
Yes. So I'm the agent. My full name is Argamiro Neto. I'm from Baruch Group, and I'm representing the homeowner for 19 Hiawatha Road.
Okay, so there is another speaker, so you better just give us a very brief presentation.
Of course, of course. So with my client, they're planning to grow the family, and right now the existing property it's pretty small. So all we're doing is that we're looking to build a 2-story rear addition on the back of his semi-detached house. And the only variance that we're looking for is to increase the FSI, the floor space index, from 0.69 times the area of the lot to 0.93.
Okay, all right. Thank you, sir. You'll have an opportunity to rebut anything that the speaker says if necessary. David Hatch.
David, you've been
Hello,
unmuted.
good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, committee. My name is David Hache. I live at 17 Hiawatha Road.
Okay, can you tell us what your concerns are, sir?
My concerns are primarily surrounding the construction of the addition in terms of access.
All right, sir.
My understanding.
Mr. Hatch, we as a committee do not have any authority over the construction phase. We're only here to deal with the variances, and the only variances is the floor space index. So if your concern is construction, that's not something that we can deal with.
Okay, I apologize for that. How would I go about raising these concerns?
Well, I think you should speak to the owner or the contractor, and yeah.
So if we take it back to the variance, then would there not be a side setback variance included with this?
No, there's no side setback variances. Just one floor space index.
Okay. The existing structure is 0.08 meters off the lot line, so there's no side setback variance included with this addition?
Not that we have. Okay, thank you, sir.
Well, I believe there should be, in keeping with the existing structure, that's 0.08 meters off the lot line. If they're adding on to the back of the home and proposing to build 0.08 off the lot line again, there should be a side setback variance.
Okay.
Am I wrong?
This was not a waiver. This was the planning department gave that thing. But anyways, let's see what Mr. Nito has to say about that. Okay, Mr. Nito.
Yes. So I went over with the planner back then, and everything was clear other than the FSI. The reason is that we're not changing, like we're maintaining the existing, we're following the existing building. We're maintaining the existing setback from the original structure. We're not going beyond anything that already exists.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I think the man, Mr. Hatch? I think he raises a good point, though. The fact that you've got a side setback on existing doesn't mean that the addition, by extending that setback, that the addition complies with the bylaw. I think the person that's objecting has raised a legitimate concern.
Yeah, it's not only the addition, but it's the original house that, if it's non-conforming, has to be approved as well. So I don't know whether this application's incomplete or not. I don't know what we don't know what the side setback is, the required side setback. Yes, Aaron?
I think we can only rely on the zoning notice.
Yeah, I think you're right. So,
So I think if for whatever reason we approve the application with just the FSI, and then during permit application, the zoning examiner find out, oh, we missed one setback, then that's really sorry. Then they have to come back again. But if that's not happening, there's no way we can speculate that there is something missing and use that as an argument.
I think that's correct. So, perhaps we, if Mr. Nito.
Yes.
Do you know what the side setback requirement would be?
Just look at it here.
And I just want to add another question. Did you sign any waiver?
Oh, this doesn't look like a waiver.
Right, okay.
So, Mr. Nito, I mean, what
Yes,
Mr. Chen is saying is that if a variance was missed, that we may approve what we have here, but it may be that you're going to be sent back and to have to make another application if there's a mistake here. So we don't know whether there's been a mistake or not, but it sounds like a reasonable question to ask. So my question to you is, do you want us to go ahead with the application as is, or do you want a deferral to consult with planning to see if another variance has to be added?
No, I would like to proceed with the application as is, and I'll reach out to the planner after.
All right, thank you. All right, panel.
Chairman, could the applicant clarify what is the side yard setback? He must know that because he's got a proposal. What is the side yard setback in the zoning bylaw, and what is the side yard setback that he's providing?
The side yard setback is 0.08, I believe.
What he's providing, correct?
Yes, that's what it is now. That's what it's been. I don't know what the required, Mr. Nito, do you know what the bylaw provides?
As far as my knowledge, it's 0.9, but I believe there was something else on the zoning bylaw that waived that, which I'll have to check with the planner.
Okay, but you wish us to go ahead in any event with the application as it is?
I just want to raise that, like, if you defer it, the time for him to find that out is about the same as applying for another one. But if this is really not a problem, then he can just go ahead and start his construction in spring. So I would think for the applicant and approve it. And if it's you know, as long as he's willing to take the risk now.
Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking. Like the deferral time will be the same. So I'd rather go and get approved, and then if I have to go back, you don't impact my schedule.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't frankly have a lot of difficulties with this application. I wonder if we might, assuming my colleagues are prepared to approve it, if we might approve it, but might we perhaps ask Sabrina, can we put a note that there is a concern with the side yard setback, and just to confirm that the side yard setback complies with the bylaw? Because I think even what the applicant just said, he said the side yard setback is 0.9 and he's providing 0.8. That doesn't sound like it's right.
But he said something about a waiver. I don't know what he meant by that, but he did.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the applicant has submitted a zoning review, which identifies one variance which is before us today. And Aaron is correct. If the committee were to approve the application and it becomes final and binding during the permit issuance, if the zoning examiner re-reviews the application and it's determined that another variance is required, then it would just require a new application to Committee of Adjustment. So I believe moving forward today is appropriate as is.
Okay, thank you. All right, can we have if there's no further questions or comments, can we have a motion? Yes, Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Based on that discussion, and in the fact that this may be coming back to us, if the zoning review actually caught everything, that I have no difficulty with the application, I'd like to move approval without condition.
Thank you. Seconder? Aaron, all in favor? Have your approval, sir. Thank you. Number 6, 798 Dovercourt Road. The purpose of this application is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a front yard parking pad for a total of 3 residential units, a triplex. Also to construct a rear 2-story ancillary building, a garden suite with a sunken yard. The existing 2-story dwelling and the rear garage will be demolished. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, staff reports from Urban Forestry, Transportation Services, support from 800 Dovercourt Road, and opposition from occupants of 59, 61, 65, 67, and 69 Westmoreland Avenue. Mr. Brander.
Morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Adam Brander, and my address is 49 Bolton Avenue in Toronto. I am the agent and the architect for the proposal at 798 Dovercourt Road.
Okay, so you, there is some opposition to your application, so perhaps you could give us a brief presentation.
Certainly. Just to recap, recent updates on the file. On receiving the transportation report the other day, we did consult with transportation immediately to gain understanding and ensure comments were addressed. Adjustments were made to the parking space to their satisfaction, and variance number 5 has recently been removed. Transportation Services has no concerns with the application as revised. Also, zoning staff confirmed that variance number 2 for sidewall main height is no longer applicable and removed. And both adjacent neighbors have expressed support for the application. So the neighbor to the north at 800 Dovercourt was initially supportive and provided a letter indicating this. And more recently, just yesterday, the south neighbor at 796 Dovercourt did call the homeowner to verbalize their support and mentioned they would call into the hearing today if possible to speak to their support. A bit about the project itself. The subject site is on Dovercourt Road, a designated major street, and is situated just north of Bloor Street West, one of our city's arterial and commercial corridors, certainly a site that is primed for incremental density. And so this proposal is for a new 3-unit main dwelling and a garden suite, which is appropriate. Remaining are 5 variances that I can speak to briefly with the visual aid of the support material that I see the staff has brought up for us on the screen. Variance 1 looks at front yard setback. Support material sheet 1 highlights the prevalent setback condition in blue, which this proposal aspires to align with, and is the inherent intent of zoning for front yard setback. Continuing to support material sheet 2, please. We have surveyed area building depths, which are more notable in depth. And this application's proposed depth of 19.1 meters situates reasonably less than the numerous examples on Dovercourt. Over to support material sheet 3, please. We've sampled past approvals for density in the area, which are numerous. Proposed is 1.3 times the area of the lot, where 1.0 is as of right. Examples on Dovercourt itself are well in excess of this, in the 1.35 and up range. And there are also examples of nearby neighborhood streets quoted with a 0.6 as of right, where approvals are in the range of this proposal as well. Next, please. This following street diagrams the roof access elements and how they've been sensitively integrated as recessed elements, not impacting the public realm. The next slide, please. This breaks down the side yard setback condition as not more than a variance technical in nature, and is limited to the south side. So setbacks without openings, are permitted at 0.45 meters, and proposed are green areas seen here that are compliant with this. Also, setbacks with openings are permitted at 1.2 meters setback, again compliant in blue. So it's been explained that the play of the built form with these two conditions technically needs a variance. Following this, please. We just look at the street elevation, looking at immediate adjacencies and alignments. Next, please. This slide is just to show that front vehicular access is a norm in this area, and it to properties, and this is a factor that no lanes are along this stretch of Dovercourt. And the next slide, please. Just showing a range of the local built form and context that we feel this proposal fits appropriately within. And I think there's one more slide. And yeah, we felt this slide just shows a bit of a breakdown of the massing that flat drawings fail to communicate, just to show it's a bit more sensitive than a flat drawing might suggest of the front elevation. And I guess one other thing to note, we did reach out to interested parties on Westmoreland to field concerns on privacy, either to meet or discuss. And there's a email on the file of that, and there was one email response that they didn't have availability, unfortunately, in advance of today's hearing to do that. But we did make some suggestions to address the privacy, and are still open to that. These are my initial submissions in support of the application. Happy to answer any questions.
Yes, Larry.
A couple questions. First of all, you're eliminating variance number 2, which is sidewall height. So is your overall height now down to within the 9.5 allowable?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the allowable is now 10.5 with a recent bylaw change for sidewall height, and the overall building height can be up to 13 meters. So we're well below that.
So you're compliant now with the revised bylaw.
That's correct.
And secondly, your garden suite completely as of right?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct, and including the landscape elements throughout the rear yard as well.
Okay, great, thank you.
Larry, Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brander, is there a revised site plan? I gather the front yard parking has been removed.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there was a revised set of plans that the committee had on file yesterday. So this is the extent of it. So parking space remains, but it's been removed from the front yard as transportation requires.
So is the drawing that's on the screen now, is that still accurate?
That's, yes, through you, Mr. Chair, that's been revised with the bubble highlighting the area of change to the satisfaction of transportation.
Do we have a copy of that, or?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there was a correspondence that the application technician added to the file with email correspondence from Blake Webb at Transportation Services confirming.
Okay, the only reason I'm asking is if the site plan was referenced in the decision, I wanted to make sure we got the right site plan. So it wouldn't be the one that's on the screen because it's changed.
Oh, this is the revised one, I believe. Is that right, Mr. Brander?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. So
this is the revised one.
Yeah, refer to this one, filed January 24th, Carl.
Okay, and in this one, can you go back? In this one, the parking space is on your private property. It's not on the front yard. Okay, good. Thanks.
Okay.
I have one other question. Is someone speaking?
Yes, 2 more people.
Okay, I'll wait until they've spoken.
All right. Lauren Grabanier.
Lauren, you've been unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm here.
All right, can we have your name and your address for the record and then your concerns, sir?
Absolutely. My name is Lauren Grabanier. My address is 67 Westmoreland Avenue, and I'm expressing concerns on behalf and several of my neighbors at 59, 61, 65, and 69 Westmoreland Avenue, all of which have indicated their support to this deputation in writing to the Committee of Adjustment.
All right, can you tell us what your concerns are, sir?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd like to speak to the design of the roof and its uses, because the design in its present form present privacy concerns for surrounding dwellings, surrounding dwellings, including our homes. So I'm not an architect, so I'm doing my best here to understand the plans, but as I see it, the plans show that the building is 3 stories tall with a flat roof, and that on the proposed roof, there are 3 sets of air conditioning units, presumably one for each apartment, and each apartment has a set of stairs, a designated set of stairs with access to the roof. And I guess the reason for this is so that they could access the air conditioning unit for maintenance and or repairs, which makes sense. I would like to point out that air conditioning units in the surrounding areas are not typically placed on the top of roofs. In fact, I'm not aware of any that are. So occupant access to the roof is what presents the privacy concerns for us. As it's a flat roof at the same height as the surrounding pitched roofs, people on the roof will have sight lines to surrounding properties and their yards. The height of the flat roof, as I understand it, is at a height greater than the highest access points of surrounding dwellings. None of the surrounding dwellings have access to the tops of the roof. So in effect, the flat roof is at a height, I guess it's the same as the top point of the surrounding pitched roofs. So although I guess the intent of the roof access is to provide mechanical access, excuse me, it in no way prevents occupants from accessing the roof for recreational purposes. And it is noted, as someone who, there's a lot of flat roofs at the 3rd floor level around in this neighborhood, and many people go out into their flat roof with chairs or whatever, even though the roof is not finished. So it is, I guess the feeling here is that although the intent of the roof is to provide mechanical access, as I said, we're concerned that occupants will be accessing it for recreational purposes. And it is noted that the application includes a lot of intensification, which, if I understand it correctly, will result in reduced recreational space for the property itself, making the roof space a further draw for its occupants. So I guess what we're asking is that changes be made to the building design so that it does not include a flat roof nor an HVAC system that necessitates a need for occupants to access the roof. And I guess we're requesting that for 3 primary reasons. One, that the flat roof design and occupant access and placing of air conditioning on the roof is not consistent with the neighborhood design, again, which has a pitched roof for most of the houses. And in speaking with the planning department in preparation for my submission to this committee, the planner that I spoke with, Sarah Fatahi, hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly, did confirm that this type of design, again, flat roof, AC units on top with access to the roof, is not consistent with existing neighborhood design. The second reason is that we're making this request is that the flat roof design raises valid privacy concerns for owners of surrounding properties. And I guess the final point is that we're just concerned that by approving this design, it raises the potential that other properties will want to have a similar design and kind of open up the gates for other properties to design their buildings in the same manner. So sorry, I hope that was coherent. I'll gladly answer any questions.
All right, any questions, panel? All right, thank you. Anthony Smith.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've tried to contact Anthony Smith a number of times, and he's been unable to, or we've been unable to get a response. I'm not sure if we'd be able to get him on the line.
Okay. Well, so we'll just proceed. If you've tried more than once, I take it.
Oh, multiple times.
Okay, thank you. Just assume he isn't available. Mr. Brander?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'd be happy to offer some comments to the concerns voiced.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in response, I guess, to the location of AC units, the bylaw does kind of recommend it in terms of a location, and we feel it's a good location for AC units, more for acoustical concerns. We find there's worse locations like mounted on the side of buildings or in rear yards or in front yards where the noise of the AC units is more disruptive to the neighborhood. As mentioned in the correspondence letter, to address privacy concerns, we'd be happy to introduce recessed and increased height privacy screening, should that satisfy the conditions or the appellant. And none of these are proposed at heights greater than what's permitted. There's no variance that apply to the flat roof proposal, the height of it. And planning has no objections to the application as well. And if we look at the design of the rear unit in the main building, excuse me, on the main floor, if we can bring up the plans, yeah, the main floor is the main living space for the unit, and it has access to a rear yard condition, much like most of the neighborhood does. So that would be the prime kind of outdoor living space for that unit. At the rooftop area, the outdoor space there is adjacent to a bedroom space. So it really is an area that's designated for limited use, if at all, but it is a nice feature to have some outdoor space. It's felt that the front two units might use the outdoor space on the roof a bit more intensively, just in terms of a family setting, because that would be their only designated private outdoor space. But the rear unit that potentially has the one that's most concerning to neighbors on Westmoreland is of the lightest use, is our opinion.
So, Mr. Brander, are you suggesting that the air conditioners have to be set back in order that you can put in privacy screening?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we can set them back to, as we've offered, to provide either privacy screening along the perimeter. There is a parapet that's at a guardrail height, but we are happy to add an element to that would increase to the standard 1.5 meters, I believe, of privacy screening that the committee is generally acceptable of. And we could move the AC units to increase a setback that we suggested at a couple feet, if that helps as well.
Yeah. So that would be, privacy screening would be around the entire top floor?
We're open to that, yeah, at least on the sides and the rear. It's felt that some additional eyes on the street facing Dovercourt was of no concern to anyone, but and it might just affect the look of the building as it faces the street, but yeah, open to any suggestions like this.
Okay, panel, do you have any questions? Carl?
So, Mr. Brander, it sounds from your comments that you were anticipating that the flat roof at the front of the building would in fact be used for outdoor space, because there's limited opportunities on the ground.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, the design of the building did allow for occupants to be provided with some outdoor space on the roof.
So to me, the challenge, my only concern with this application was in fact the roof. I think if the objection was to, or the objective was to provide just access to the mechanical equipment, then I would have argued that a latch in the roof would have been a preferable solution to a staircase. If the proposal is to provide for patio space on the roof, which is what I'm hearing you say, then clearly there needs to be some kind of visual privacy barrier around the two sides and the back. My concern would be that that be undertaken in a way that doesn't add to the visual height of the building. And I heard you say that you talked, or you did offer, I believe, that you would have a privacy screen that was set back from the edge of the building. That would help, except for the stairs. The stairs would have to go up directly, but I guess what I'd like to know is how you propose to screen this in a way that doesn't add to the visual height of the building.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's by virtue of the angles that one sees the roof, we could set back the privacy screen 3 feet and have it extend up the 1.5 meters to completely remove any stretch of the imagination overlook for any of the adjacent properties.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Panel, any further questions? Okay, do we have any comments, or do we have a motion? Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Mr. Brander's solution is a reasonable one. Thank you to Mr. Grabanier, I don't know if I pronounced that correctly, for raising the concern of the roof. Clearly, if this had gone through without any kind of attention, I think there would have been a huge privacy issue. So I'd like to move approval, subject to forestry condition number 3. And as Mr. Brander volunteered, the provision of a 1.5 meter privacy screen around the top of the building, and that the privacy screen be set back 3 feet, I think he said 3 feet from the edge of the building.
Well, Carl, I think that I think Mr. Brander didn't want a privacy screen at the front of the building because there would be no real overlook there. And also, I think that we should say, and that the air conditioners be relocated appropriately. Because
I think
the air conditioners are at the edge, as I see it on the plan.
I think that's fine. I don't agree with him about the front of the building. I think that they should be dealt with all the way around the building. But I agree with you about the mechanical equipment being set back as well.
Okay, so your motion is privacy screening around the entire rooftop.
And it be set back 1 point, or was it 3 feet that he recommended from the edge, and that the mechanical equipment be relocated to allow for that screen, which was what you would, I believe, speaking to.
Yes. Okay. Do we have a seconder?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, is this as amended?
Yes.
Removing
with the parking gone, yes.
Right, and then that will also be reflected in the purpose of application, because right now it reads to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a front yard parking pad. So the front yard parking pad will be removed from the purpose.
Do we need to add to the purpose that there's a rooftop deck then, just to be clear?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do we have a seconder? Adam, all in favor of the motion? Have your approval, sir. Thank you. As amended. Item number 7, 24 Merritt Road.
Sorry, on that last one, did we catch the forestry?
Yeah.
Yes.
You did?
Forestry 3. Yeah.
Yep. Sorry. Thank you.
At 24 Merritt Road, purpose of the application to construct a new 2-story detached dwelling with an integral garage, a covered front porch, a front basement walkout to access the secondary suite within the basement, a front 2nd-story balcony, and a rear 1st-story deck. Also to construct a 1-story ancillary building, a garden suite. In the rear yard, the existing detached garage will be demolished. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have correspondence from planning and a report from urban forestry. We have correspondence and concern from 9 Furnival Road and correspondence in opposition from several addresses on MERRITT and 2 addresses on Furnival, and separate correspondence in opposition from 26 MERRITT and 13 MERRITT. Xiaowei Cheng.
Yes, I'm here. Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee. I'm the agent for 24 MERRITT.
Okay, sir, can we have your name and your address?
Yes, my name is Xiaowei Chen. My address 70 Northern Crescent, Toronto.
All right, we need a presentation because there's quite a few in opposition.
Okay, thank you. The existing lot has a 1-story house with a large rear deck and a 1-story garage in the rear yard. So our proposal is to add the additions of the existing house, mostly behind the existing front wall.
Sir, could you keep your voice up because we have a little trouble hearing you?
Okay, yeah, sure. So the proposal is to add the additions over the existing house, mostly behind the existing front wall. Meanwhile, more than half of the existing wall of the house will remain.
Chair, I'm having difficulty hearing. He's fading in and out.
Yeah. So if you could just speak into your microphone, sir, because otherwise you fade in and out.
Oh, just a moment. Let me check my microphone. Okay, okay. Hello, is it clear?
Yeah.
Okay. The proposal is to add the addition of the existing house.
We still don't hear you, sir.
Just
through you, Mr. Chair. Xiaowei, if you'd like, we can call you on the phone.
please call me. Yeah, please. Yeah, please call me.
Okay, you should be getting a phone call pretty soon.
Hello?
Hello? Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Can
could
you
you
hear
go
me?
ahead?
Yeah.
Go ahead with your presentation, sir.
Okay. So the proposal is to add the additions of the existing house, mostly behind the existing front wall. Meanwhile, more than half the existing wall of the house will remain. Second is to replace the existing garage with a 1-story garden suite. The existing garage floor area is 33.34 square meters. The new garden suite floor area is 38.47 square meters. Not very much area increased. And the garden suite is setting back further than the existing garage from the east property line. The height proposed is under 4 meters now, and the separation is 5 meters, more than 5 meters. As a result, the proposed addition of the existing house has 8 minor variances, which is listed in the waiver. The proposed garden suite has 2 minor variances, which is listed in the waiver too. I believe those new changes inside the existing lot will not significantly impact adjacent properties, and the various are minor in nature. So I'm happy to answer all the questions. Thank you.
Okay, panel, do you have any questions? Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm, aside from the maintenance issues on the property, which sound like they're quite substantial, I was very concerned to read in the objections that there's been no consultation with the neighborhood on this. Could you speak to that, please? Because without consultation, the hearing is going to take longer and we're going to have trouble resolving issues. So we always recommend consultation, and I'm really quite concerned if there hasn't been any.
Thank you. So regarding this question, I talked to my owner. Told me he said he has consultation with the neighbors. He did that.
Okay, we'll have to ask those in opposition if that's the case. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Gordon Narduzzi?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Can we have your name and address for the record, sir?
North to this property. One of the issues that I never...
Mr. Narduzzi, we didn't get, I don't know whether your speaker faded out, but I didn't get your name and your address.
My name is Gord Narduzzi, and I'm at number 9 Furnival Road, the property north of the proposed submission here. One of the things that has just come to light for me is if you were to call up the survey, they show on the survey a chain link fence, which for me, now their property line is above or is north of the chain link fence. I just found my survey, and my survey says my property line is at the chain link fence. So right now I call to question the validity of their survey, because the chain link fence has been in this neighborhood since I moved here 35 years ago. All the properties had chain link fence denoting their property line. And if you see, they've clearly changed. The garage is basically on the neighbor's property. But the chain link fence, if you were to look at that, that demarked the property line, and everybody went with it as far as, like, I've been here 35 years or so, and everybody's denoted the chain link fence as a property. I found my survey, and my survey says my property line is a chain link fence. So I'm questioning their angles and everything else. The other thing is the green space. Right now, we have a marshy backyard that takes long to dry in the spring. Now, with all this addition and the back deck, there's going to be less green space, more runoff, and I'm concerned with the drainage. Another thing is, this is a residential area. It's not a high density area. They're putting in 3 separate units. And the way I look at it, they are separate units. So I am leery that there's going to be anybody that's actually living in this, and maybe all 3 units are going to be rented out. The upkeep, it brings in a lot of traffic. There is no room for cars to park. And if you look at this neighborhood, everybody has parking facilities on driveways. It means that at least two units are going to have to park on the street.
You get ticketed.
And this is a residential area. There's no permit parking in this area. Cars in these rental units will have to park on the street, which is subject to a 3-hour parking limit. And
what about sunshine?
There again, that means rental people are going to get ticketed. They're not going to know what's going on. They have no say in what to do with their cars after. Another issue is the height of the building. We're directly north, and I'm concerned with the drainage. There's going to be less sun to dry the backyards. So these are my concerns.
We weren't consulted. We weren't consulted.
And yes, we were never consulted on any of these plans by anybody.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sharon Davis.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can we have your name and address, please?
Across the street.
We didn't hear that. Could you just repeat your name and address?
Sharon Davis, and I live directly across the street, 10 Merritt Road.
All right, thank you. Please tell us what your concerns are.
So I'll start by saying we're excited and welcoming of the new builds. I personally just tore down my house, which is identical to 24 Merritt Road. I tripled the floor space, and I didn't have any trouble with any of my neighbors. They were super supportive. I have many objections to this application, including the size and placement of the building. There has been a complete lack of consultation, none. In fact, they haven't even kept up the property. We've been doing that. We clear the snow and mow the lawn and pick up the flyers. But back to the application itself, it's absolutely not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood, and it far exceeds the size and density of other builds. And because most of these little houses are ultimately going to be torn down, it sets a really unfortunate precedent for future builds. I'll mention that we're at a big disadvantage because 19 people signed on that letter, and we were all working from the survey that had been online for a while. And they changed, not the survey, the plans. They changed those plans on January 17th, and it happened that the website was down. So we only realized that they changed the plans on Monday. So if I'm saying things that are not completely current, I apologize. It doesn't appear, though, that our concerns have been addressed. I don't know if a deferral is appropriate. I'm just, because I heard that, I thought I would mention it. But to move forward, as you saw in the letter, which was signed by 19 neighbors, we listed 15 recently built properties, and there was very little need for variances. Anecdotally, nobody got into big arguments in front of the Committee of Assessment because everybody works together to try to make these builds work. As for objections to specific variances, first of all, there's the driveway. There's no easement on the driveway, and without it, there'd be very limited access to the proposed garden suite. There's also another issue with parking in that both the parking pad encroaches on the driveway they don't own. And if you look, it almost appears that a car could not gain access to the proposed garage because of its location. Regarding the requests for 2, 3, 5, and 6, the size and design, especially the setback, is unacceptable to the neighbors. The main house crowds and looms over the street. The structures overdevelop the lot. The lot has a huge backyard, so why the house had to be pushed so far forward, we don't understand. And also it makes the whole front of the house basically house and parking pad. So no landscaping, and that's not in keeping with what the neighborhood looks like. Again, referring to 4 and 7, which talk about the balconies, it appears the plans have changed, but we're not sure if our concerns have been addressed. These are big balconies. The one at the front looms over, again, the front of the street, but there are privacy and sunshine issues about where the balconies are and how high the building is. So number 8, about the door at the front of the house. This is a brand new build, so why didn't they design the secondary suite to conform with the bylaws? And again, I'm speculating, but it appears that because they've crowded the house so far to the front, there's not even room on the side of the house to have entrance to the secondary suite because the door couldn't open. I'm not being flippant there. There is no space on either side. And if they talk to us, again, maybe some of these things we could have pointed out. My next door neighbor just has a secondary suite and they have front door access, but it's a completely different build than this. Oh, and by the way, I did not object to that. As far as the garden suite goes, it's much too large for the space. It crowds the fences and significantly impacts privacy. This entire build is surrounded by homes that have lovely gardens. And we totally get that Toronto is changing. We need the density, we need the height, and you can't deny people homes because you want a garden. But now with the secondary suite, the lady behind, Rebecca Wang, her deck is just meters away from the secondary suite. It's really crowded back there. So what I'm going to end on is, again, this is a neighborhood that's very, very welcoming of new builds. I can personally attest to that because I just did one within the last 18 months. But this sets a really, really unfortunate precedent for the neighborhood. The crowding in particular, the lack of privacy, and there seems to be a number of things about the plan that simply doesn't make sense because they don't have access to that driveway. Consultation really would have helped. That's me.
Thank you. Karen Fleischman.
Karen, you've
Hi.
been unmuted.
Yep, Karen Fleischman. I live at 16 Merritt Road. I guess my main concern, I agree with Sharon. I actually signed the letter. So everything that Sharon said. And I guess also my main concern is when you see Unit 1, Unit 2, Unit 3 in a single family dwelling. So to me, that doesn't represent a single family dwelling. It feels like it's going to be, in my opinion, a triplex. But and I know there could be different, like regarding garbage, and if it's a triplex, I'm assuming that they're going to have different like garbage schedule. Where's the garbage going to go? Just stuff like that. So my concern is seeing the unit. So I don't believe that this is a single family dwelling. That's pretty much, but everything that Sharon said as well, because I signed her letter.
Okay, thank you. Victoria Lalonde.
Hear me?
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can we have your name and address, please?
Yep, my name is Victoria Lalonde and I live at 26 Merritt Road, which is the property directly east of this build. I have many issues with this this application, but mainly the first one, like Sharon has said, I just have to reiterate that absolutely no one has been by to talk to us at all. My husband has been mowing the front lawn. I have been picking up the garbage that the raccoons have been scattering all over the driveway because no one has bothered to come and take the garbage out from the previous owners. We've been shoveling the driveway. So we have had absolutely no contact with the owners or anyone else involved in the planning of this property. My main problem with this application is that I'm very concerned about the driveway. We've consulted with our real estate lawyer who has reviewed our property survey and the purchase agreement documents for our property, and there is no easement or right-of-way on this driveway. So I am very concerned as to how the new owners are proposing that they will access not only their garage, but now the garden suite in the backyard. I believe that since the plans have changed, I haven't really had a chance to look at them because I just found out that the plans have changed. But in the first plans, they weren't even leaving, one of the variances was to request less than I think it's 1.1 meters, 1.2 meters of a side setback. And I'm just concerned how they propose to come in and out of the garden suite as people living there, but also just when they're moving in. How are they going to put things like a stove in the back garden suite, things like that? So I'm concerned about the driveway for that. I'm concerned about parking, like other people have also mentioned. We live on a cul-de-sac and it's more of a green or a circle in the middle. And so no one can park directly in front of our houses to begin with because it limits access for emergency vehicles and also for garbage pickup and things like that. So I'm really concerned with a unit or with 3 units in a single family dwelling. I believe that there is a possibility for upwards of 5 cars belonging to people living there, and I'm not too sure where they're all going to park. And like Gord mentioned too, with the 3 hours on Merritt Road, I don't know how people are going to be able to be out moving their cars every 3 hours. I'm also concerned about the size of the house. The house is not in keeping with anything in the neighborhood at all. I believe that they are overbuilding the lot completely. And I'm also very concerned about drainage. Where are the eaves troughs going to point, the downspouts going to point? Are they going to be pointed directly at my house, and is it going to come down my driveway? I'm very concerned about when it starts to rain, as much as it's starting to rain in the city of Toronto more than snowing, although not really today. And I'm also concerned about the snow. When they're shoveling their driveway and the parking pad that they have proposed in the front, where are they going to put all of that snow? Because they won't be able to get to the backyard to put it there because of the lack of space between the property line and the garage. But also there's supposed to be a walkway in the front to the front door for the basement suite. So where is all the snow going when they shovel it? I know that it's not really an issue for the committee to consider construction type things, but when the foundation is needing to be dug for the proposed garage and the second story, and on the west side of the lot as well, they're not going to be able to access their backyard at all because they have blocked themselves off once they're digging a foundation. So I don't know what their plan is for that. And I'm also concerned about, is my driveway going to be dug up when they are building that foundation for that garage? So I think that is about it for me. But I believe that this is premature and overbuilt, and they've had no consultation, and I oppose everything about this
Carl?
application.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mrs. Lalonde, I wonder, could I ask you a question?
Yep.
If we could pull up their site plan, I just want to understand how the driveway, okay. The driveway that you use is it doesn't extend. Is it a shared driveway with these guys, or is the driveway totally on your property?
So in theory, and I like to bring up a point that Gord made also, I don't believe that this survey is totally valid. When he was making the comment about the chain link fence, I think that they've changed the angles on their survey. You can see that the lot line goes through that garage on the back of the driveway, and I'm not too sure. I was under the impression that the lot line actually followed the chain link fence that is behind the frame garage that goes to the corner, the northeast corner. So I don't know if that survey is totally accurate that they're giving you. I believe that the line is at more of an angle.
You use the driveway immediately to the south, right? And it's on your property, or do
I
you?
use the driveway that is on the south side of my property, but I believe that the line that's drawn there is not correct. I believe we own more than that line shows.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Carl, did you have a question?
Me, Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Ms. Lalonde, I don't want to belabor this point. I'm trying to understand as well. I'm looking at Google Street View right now, and your property is to the right as you face, right?
Yes.
So you don't use that driveway that's in between you and the proposal right now?
Yes, we do.
You do. So that doesn't, if you look at the property line, does that mean that the existing house, their driveway, does that, in order to park the car in the existing house, do they have to go across your property?
Yes. And we had given permission to the owners, the previous owners, but we are no longer, that permission has been revoked. We are not giving.
That's very helpful because it kind of looks like, to Carl's point, it's not really a mutual drive.
No.
It's a drive that serves both houses, but most of it's on your property.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's helpful.
Thank you.
Okay. Corinne Bowdens.
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name's Connie Bowdens. I live at 9 Merritt Road, which is across the street from the proposed build at 24 Merritt. So I want to echo what my neighbors have said. I have most of the same concerns about the proposed build. I want to reiterate or confirm that there hasn't been any consultation with the neighbors at all about the proposed property. We haven't seen the people who own the property. Some of my neighbors have said they've had to take care of picking up the garbage and removing the snow and so on. So it seems to me that the people who have purchased the property, that they're probably not planning on living there because they haven't, taken any pride of ownership or taken the chance to get to know us and discuss their build. So it makes me think it's similar to what Karen said, that it's not going to be a single family dwelling with one family living there. And I know that the city wants to permit laneway suites and garden suites, which I think is fantastic, because I think that's a great opportunity for more people to get housing. But in this case, the property at 24 Merritt, I think that's actually the garden suite is actually going to be a tertiary suite. So they've got the main house on the main floor. Then they've got the secondary suite, which is going to be in the basement with a separate entrance. And then this garden suite, which as far as I'm concerned, qualifies more as a tertiary suite than a secondary suite. And as far as the size of the build and the massing, I agree with my neighbors that it's going to overwhelm the streetscape. There's going to be, it's a big build, and then with that garden suite, it takes up a lot of that green space. It's not going to be in keeping with the character of the neighborhood in terms of what type of property it is, and how and the appearance. So precedent-wise, I think it's a bad idea to go ahead with this build, because it's going to set a precedent that, tertiary suites are permittable here. We can have 3 separate families living in these particular homes. So anything else that comes up for approval in the future, this is going to set a precedent for that. So, and again, it's not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. I think that's all the extra stuff that I had to say. Again, I just want to emphasize that there hasn't been any consultation with the people who live in the area. Similar to Sharon, we put a second story on our house. And when we went through the process of planning it and figuring out where we could extend the house and how high we could build it and all that sort of stuff, our first priority was, will it fit in with the neighborhood? And our architect actually lives in the neighborhood. And that was one of the things that we told him, was that, we do want to have more space and et cetera, but we want it to look consistent with what the other homes look like. We want all the sight lines to be attractive, so when people are driving from either end of the street, when they see our house, it's going to look like it's part of the neighborhood, like it was built to actually be there. So we would like to see that same sort of process with the new owners of 24 Merritt. We're very willing to work with them and to discuss, what we'd like to see, what would be acceptable for us, and how we can welcome more people into our neighborhood. We're really excited to have new people to get to know.
Miss Bowdens,
Yes.
I just want to ask you what you mean when you call the garden suite a tertiary suite. I have no idea what that means.
Oh, well, I just wanted to emphasize that I know the city wants people to be able to build secondary suites on their properties, but because this property has, the plans are clearly designated a primary suite and a secondary suite, or a second residence, that I just wanted to argue that the garden suite is not in fact a secondary suite, that it would be a third separate residence on that property.
I just want to jump in.
Yes.
I think every neighbor should know that as of right, every house have the right to have 3 units, 3 families homes. That's
Okay.
been 23.
Okay.
So you see, that's
Yeah.
why you can see the zoning notice didn't object about having 3 units, and they've been quite clear about it's just the naming, secondary suite, doesn't mean it's just the second, and then the garden suite is the third. Yes, you're absolutely correct. So I think, and I just want to help everyone that if you focus too much on something that is already approved and allowed, that's not going to help you, but rather on speaking about the damage or the negative side of, because I mean, to achieve the 3 units, is it valid? Is it a good development? I think that's how we're
Okay.
looking at it.
Okay, I understand. Okay, so just returning to the same arguments that Victoria Lalonde had about the placement of the garden suite, and the how close it is to her property line, or to the Lalonde's property line, and also access to the garden suite.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, panel? No? Okay, Kim and Alden Butterworth.
Kim, you've been unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Kim Butterworth, and I live on 7 Furnival Road. So again, I'm in behind the new proposed build. Like my other neighbors, you know, we all have concerns, and most of them have already been brought up. But I think that for us on the Furnival side of things, we definitely have an issue with the privacy of such a large structure going up, because right now it's being just story and a half. So basically everyone's been on one level. The garden issue and the drainage issue is another problem, because right now it is quite shaded anyways. You get higher structures going up. We're going to be in a worse spot than we are now. So that's always going to impact what we can do in our own backyards. Privacy is big, and we live in homes with backyards because we want to be able to go outside and access and enjoy that access. If we've got a garden suite right on the property line at the back, you don't know what the noise level is going to be and what the impact to our enjoyment of the properties that we've been in for many, many years. And I guess lastly, certainly the parking is always an issue in this neighborhood. I've lived here for 30 years. And adding more people into the neighborhood like that, into a single dwelling, is going to certainly increase that parking issue as well. And the integrity of the neighborhood, it's been in existence for over 70 years. It was built as a model that was used throughout the country for the returning war veterans. And it would be really nice if the integrity of the a new build, which many people have maintained, is adhered to and respected, because we're very passionate in this neighborhood. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, panel? Mr. Cheng?
I don't think that's... Yes.
Mr. Cheng? So, Sabrina?
Through you, Mr. Chair. John, have we lost Mr. Chang?
No, Aaron is still visible.
Not Aaron,
not Aaron.
the applicant for this item.
Xiaowei Cheng.
Xiaowei, you should be unmuted.
Remember, you called him on the phone because we couldn't hear him.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello, yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So, I I just listened to all the comments to summarize over the points. First, I'm talking about the driveway. So thank you, the committee that figured out this driveway from the survey. So same thing from my side. So if you look at the survey, the distance from the corner of 26 porch to the property line is narrower than the distance from 24 building to the property line. So the design is based on the survey. So the survey shows the truth is wider from this side. Okay. And regarding the current driveway, yesterday I called the surveyor to confirm if this driveway is easement or shared driveway. He said no. Okay. So the most important point is the owner promised not to build a fence in between in the driveway and keep the driveway as is. That means our neighbors still can use this driveway, go to their garage in the rear yard. So we can still use the as-is driveway. Regarding the parking, so we have three.
Excuse me 1 second. I understood your neighbor to say that there used to be a right-of-way over the driveway in favor of the previous owners, but that has been revoked and there is no right-of-way.
Okay, so
to be clear, Carl, there was never a right-of-way. It was just a simple agreement.
Yeah, but it's been revoked. So yeah, okay.
Okay.
So can I go ahead? Can your client, can the owner or whoever lives there get in the garage on the property without going on to the neighbor's driveway?
He told me no. Okay. I called him. I discussed this one with him. Before I discussed with the surveyor yesterday, he said no. Okay. Yeah, he's a new owner.
So
he's a new owner.
So the obvious question is, what's the intention to accommodate parking for this proposal?
So regarding the parking, we have 3 units proposed here, but 2 parking spaces enough to propose. Because regarding the garden suite, based on the zoning bylaw 150.7.80.1, it's not required parking space for garden suite except to bicycle parking is needed. Right. So
I think you don't get what we're asking for. You have a parking on your plan, so unless you resubmit your drawings, there is no way we can guess what you are going to develop without a parking. We're not asking you to put a parking here. We're wondering how this parking can be accessed. So
there is parking provided, Aaron. There's a garage. There's no way of getting to the garage.
That's what my question is. And the applicant is trying to say that, oh, we don't really need a garage anyway, right? So but that's my point. If you don't need it, then you take it out from the drawing.
And just to add to that, I thought I heard one of the appellants say that there's only 3-hour parking on the street. There's no overnight parking permits on the street.
That's right.
So there really isn't a street parking option in this case. And if they can't access the driveway, I get his point about garden suites, but you don't need parking for a garden suite. But I think they've got a driveway / parking issue. Sorry, we're taking up your time, applicant. You can continue.
No problem. Thank you. So the driveway to the proposed garage is based on the zoning bylaws. The minimum width of driveway is 2 meters. So the design, everything, the driveway, it is workable to go to the proposed garage. and everything is within inside of this lot. Does not cross the property line. So regarding talking about the size of the building, the drainage, everything. Regarding that's why we will have a grading design in the building permit phase. All the stormwater control grading will be designed based on the code. But no problem for that. Yeah, most of the questions regarding the driveway parking space, I believe I have answered here. So regarding the first question regarding the tree line and the property, so I cannot answer this question because the design is based on the survey show of the coast there. Regarding the green space, because most construction, most proposed addition is behind the front existing front wall. So the front yard landscape has not big changed. Regarding the other question, look. Most of the people are talking about the consultation. So this one, my owner is also the designer for this house. I have to confirm with him regarding all the points for this. Regarding the gun switch, okay, the gun switch actually is a setback from the property line further than the existing garage. The existing garage to touch the property line. The new gun switch is setting back further from the property line. And the building height now is under the 4 meters, setback 1.5 from the real lot line. I don't believe this small building will cause lot of shadow to the neighbors from the north, because it's just the height under the 4 meters high. I believe I answered the most questions here. Thank you.
Mr. Cheng, you said that you cannot access the garage without driving on the neighbor's property, but variance number 1 says that the driveway maximum width is going to be 4.94 meters, so that should be more than enough for you to drive, for the applicant to drive in on their own property. I don't understand the variance if you're going to have to drive on the neighbor's property to get into the garage. How does that work?
Okay, you talk about the width in the front, mostly the front, that's wider than the space between the steps, entrance steps to the property line. The entrance steps to the property line, I believe, is 2.2 meters. That's more than 2 meters from the front, goes through this space to the garage behind the front wall. So the front of the driveway is wider. In the middle, that means that between the steps and the property line is 2.2 meters.
Right, so the driveway is not consistently 4.94 meters, and to get into the garage, you have to drive on the neighbor's property. Is that correct?
No, I don't think I can drive, because based on zoning bylaw, the minimum driveway width is 2 meters. So with the driveway inside our property meet this bylaw is 2.2 meters. It's more than 2 meters. So we don't need to drive across the property line, go to the garage.
Yeah. Okay, so
Donald, you can look at drawing A100. The car cannot come out from the garage
Yeah.
without passing through the property line because of the house, the design of the new porch and the staircase. The zoning examiner was only considering the driveway at the front. But in
This was
actual
a waiver though as well, wasn't it, Aaron? This was a waiver. This is
even a waiver too, yes. So that means it's
Yeah.
not like I really want to propose something. Like there's no way. I mean, in terms of me myself, that this application is complete or in good faith, and it's not a good project. Are you considering deferral to so that you can revise the plan and speak with your neighbors, or you just want to submit it as is? That's a question to the applicant.
Yes. Let's think about this one.
So you request for a deferral, so you have time to redesign it and consult with your neighbors. Am I correct?
I have a related question. It's a tag on to what Aaron has just asked you. The planning department is recommending the deletion of all the variances related to the garden suite. Can you proceed with those without those?
Yeah. You know that before was the design of the garden suite, the height is more than 4 meters high, and the space.
So you're prepared to proceed without the variances for the garden suite.
Yes, the planner suggests reduce the height of the garden suite and increase the distance between my house and the garden suite. We did that. That's why we have the zoning waiver to show the garden suite now is less than 4 meters and increase the space to 5 meters.
Through
Chairman, my concern from the very beginning with this application is the lack of consultation, and we have wasted an immense amount of time on a busy agenda because there was no consultation. Every single person said there has been no discussion with them, and much of what we've been debating could have been done prior to the decision or bringing the application before us. I would like us to go to a vote. I don't think we can waste any more time on this application. I'm not in favor of a deferral. I think the application should be denied.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, before you move into a motion, it appears that there was a revised waiver form that was submitted, and I don't believe that the agent went through each of the variances to determine what's being revised and what's being removed on public record. And you know, if I may, what I may see is that variance number 1, variance number 2, variance number 3 remain as is. And sorry, if I could just have Will present the agenda on the screen so we all know what I'm referring to. Thank you. So variance number 1, 2, and 3 remain as is. And you know, once I'm done, I'm going to ask the agent just to confirm that this is correct. Variance number 4 would change from 6.3 square meters to 4.95 square meters.
That's as requested by planning, right?
No, this is based on the waiver form that was submitted by the agent.
Okay, but planning also submitted a late report last night, and I believe that that's the same number that they recommended.
So we got to go through this just to make sure we're getting it correct, right? Variance number 5, variance number 6, variance number 7, variance number 8, variance number 9 remain the same. It appears that variance number 10 and 11 and 12 are being removed. And variance number 13 would only read the platform and stairs will be 0.54 meters high, with the removal of will encroach 4.37 meters from the front wall. So if I can just have the agent confirm that those are the revisions as per the zoning review waiver form. Agent?
Yes, I confirm. Yes, I'm here. I'm confirmed. You are right.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we
you.
can mute the agent and we can move into the motion.
Yeah, but I still don't understand. I still don't understand how you get a car in the garage.
No, I don't think you can.
So are we in committee, Chair?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. I agree with Carl. I have a lot of problems with this, and it's a large lot. I get that. Frankly, I don't have as much a problem with the garden suite. I have a big problem with the main structure. I share Carl's concern about no consultation. This is a classic example of a situation where we might have avoided this kind of difficulty had there been some consultation. The driveway to me looks absolutely unusable. If the survey is correct and the neighbor to the right on 26 is correct, there's no way that a car can access that driveway or even park in the front, and there is a parking issue in this neighborhood. I think the build is an overbuild for the area. I don't think that the proposal is consistent with the built form in the adjacent area. And as a minor point, I don't see any front basement walkouts anywhere in the surrounding vicinity. So I think that's out of character as well. So I cannot support, I don't support a deferral. I think this should be refused.
Is that a motion?
Sure, I'm happy to move, unless anyone has anything else to add, I'm happy to move a motion to refuse.
I second it.
All in favor of the motion to refuse. Application refuse. Next item, number 8, 10 Maynard Avenue. Purpose of this application to alter the existing 3-story residential building containing 19 residential units by constructing a 2-story addition to the south of the existing building. This building will be converted into a mixed-use building containing a place of worship, including ancillary uses to the place of worship, 14 residential units, storage in the lower level, and 6 parking spaces at grade. The front portion of the existing building containing 5 residential units will be demolished. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have email correspondence from Transportation and from Urban Forestry, and staff reports from Urban Forestry and Planning. Mr. Ruskowski?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I'm Marek Roskowski. I'm the architect on the project, and with me is the owner Lama Tenzin. Okay, so I was listening to the previous presentation, and I just want to say that we had a lot of consultations with the planning department, with Councillor Gord Kirks, even with Heritage, even though those buildings are not listed, but we still wanted to address their concern with the present tenants, how to recompense their potential losses. So I just want to stress that we had a lot of consultation with the city and the tenants.
Okay, so perhaps you could just tell us what this is about. One question I had was, are these residential rental units connected to the temple here? In other words, are those residences for people involved with the temple?
No,
or are they just separate?
No, they're separate. The temple, if you know the neighborhood, the Parkdale is a great place for the Tibetans. A lot of people, there are thousands of Tibetans live there. Almost half of the residents are Tibetans already. But no, the residences are separate from the temple. Then they're not. Yes.
Are you going to give a presentation? If not, I have a couple of questions I'd like to ask you.
Yeah, I can make a short presentation and then address some of the variances, and then I'm ready to.
Could you include?
Please go ahead, sir.
Could you include in the presentation a question that I have, which is, are the properties to the north and the west, are they part of this development?
No. We in the past we have the alternative that includes also Maynard number 12 and Maynard number 10. However, the city has some difficulties with that and how they're going to be transitioned to the residential. So we decided to just focus on Maynard number 10. And so this Maynard 10 is only the part. Maynard 12 is not. I'm just showing it in the picture here on the first page just to see show the massing and so we're not really proposing anything out of higher than existing buildings, and there's a existing building that will remain at the back. It's exactly the same height as the proposed addition at the front, which the proposed addition is 2-story high. Okay, can I start my presentation?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, so the building is really, we're leaving all the existing parking and the driveway, which is right of way. By the way, the building to the north, 12 Maynard, also belongs to the Lama Tenzin, which is the owner. The building to the west, the house to the west, is basically unoccupied for the last at least 10 years. I'm not sure the reason why, but nobody lives there. Actually, we tried to talk to the owner there, but we didn't get far with the discussions with him. So as I say, and I also showed the pictures that I included to the Committee of Adjustment, that the building is appropriate for neighborhood, and then even for instance on Maynard, couple of houses over, there is a building which is 12-story high apartment buildings across the street on King Street. There are 7-story building, so it's much smaller than the neighborhood buildings, existing buildings. Do you want me to talk about some variances, or are you gonna ask the questions later?
Yeah, just
okay. Maybe I'm just gonna talk briefly about submissions. So there are reports from the city, from the planning. It's supportive. There's one memorandum from urban forestry, but we dealt with them. I sent numerous emails to the person that wrote this email, this memorandum. With Zizo, and he directed me to Natasha Cation, who is the assistant planner for the property, regarding the tree protection, because we sent them updated arborist report and tree protection plan, which they apparently didn't have. So so Natasha said that they don't have any concerns, and then we can proceed to the Committee of Adjustment. Because before this report said defer it or delay it or something like that. And so other reports are supported. So for instance, there are other temples in the neighborhood. There's some variances regarding platforms and regarding stairs, width of the stairs. So those pictures are showing that the stairs, they're already in the neighborhood, are much bigger, it's much wider than our proposal, and then much closer to the property line than our proposal. So yes. So the other, let's say I'm going to take a couple of variances. The most important one like permitted use. So they say that the use of the mixed-use building is not permitted, but for instance, many there are examples in the neighborhood that are mixed use, including the temple and the residential in the neighborhood. For instance, on Dunn Street, 171 Dunn Street, there is an 11-story building and containing a place of worship. Actually, there are 2 churches there. And the other examples too. Exterior stairs, I spoke about it. There is a driving aisle. So there's an existing driving aisle between the buildings, which is 3 meters wide. So we cannot do nothing about it. You know, basically, we don't changing the driveways or curb cuts or parking at the back. It's exactly the same parking and driveway as it is right now. Although we're going to repave it with the pavers that permit the water to soak in. The other ones, setbacks, the other variances are landscaping. They are requesting from us, let's say, 3 meters wide setback from the north, but we cannot do that because there's 3 meters wide landscaping strip. We can do it because right now there is a driveway between those 2 properties with the existing right of way. So even if you wanted to, we cannot provide that. Frontage, yeah. So there's existing building. We don't change the frontage here. Platforming, we just spoke about the platform for the churches. We have much more smaller platform and much farther from the property line than the other examples, existing examples. Maximum height, so we over by 1.9 meters, but actually this building will be exactly the same as existing building at the back, which will remain the addition, and it actually is lower than the neighbor to the north, 12 Maynard, the top of the roof. Actually, even the parapet wall is lower than the top of the roof over here, but the roof itself is low. Flat roof is lower than much lower than usual. Floor space index, I think we think it's in line with the neighborhood. Yeah. So I'm ready to answer questions if you have.
All right, Carl, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reason that I asked about the uses to the north and to the west was because there are 2 zoning bylaw provisions that you're offending and that you've asked for variances on. One is that you need to provide a 1.5 wide meter soft landscaping along the entire property on the north and the west, and you're not doing that. That's variance number 15. And on variance number 17, you need to provide 3 meters wide landscaping and a fence, and you're not providing that as well. As you indicated, the property to the west is vacant, but it is also a residential use. Therefore, it could be occupied by a residential user at any time, and the provisions in the bylaw for landscaping and fencing are to provide for the privacy of that area. So I'm concerned that you're not making any proposals to provide barriers between your parking in particular and driveways and the properties to the north and the west. I'd like to hear your response to that, because I don't think it's acceptable to just take the variances out and provide nothing. And secondly, could you very briefly recap the parking, what is provided and who it's servicing? Because I got a little lost in that.
Yes. So regarding the landscaping strips, there's one variance from the north and from the west, 1.5 meters. So there's existing parking there at the back, and to the north it's a driveway. So this parking is for our tenants, where they, I don't know how many years, but at least 50 years. So because we have a record drawings from the 90s there was some minor renovation there. So the site plan already shows exactly the same parkings that we're proposing. So as far as if we provide those 1.5 meter landscaping strip from the west and from the north, we're going to lose those parkings and driving aisle, and also we're going to lose the driveway, which is not really, doesn't belong to 10 Maynard, because it's a right of way with 12 Maynard. Okay, regarding there is a fence between the 1464 King Street West property and the 10 Maynard property. There is a wood fence. It's about 2 meters high, or
Around that.
about 2 meters high for the privacy.
Where is this? Sorry.
It's right here between the 1464 King Street and 10 Maynard.
So where the along the
on the property, right on the property line. You can see
north
it
property
I think
line.
on the survey. I think the survey is at the. I'm not sure what's
On the west side, Carl. I think he's talking about the fence between.
Okay.
On the survey, you can see. Okay, hold on.
Okay, got it.
Okay. There should be. Say there's a fence there. Does it say no? I don't think it does say that. But you can get a Google Street View, and you can see there is a wood fence right on the curb between those properties, about 2 meters. You know, if the committee wants, we can make this fence a little even higher. But I'm not so sure.
Is there any kind of fencing on what is the use of the property to the on the other side, to the west?
To the west is a residential house, but as we said, at least 10 years, I think much more, nobody lived there, because there was some sort of a fire, and then the present owner doesn't, it's not fixing it for some reason.
Okay, and then can we go back to the site plan for a second? And there appears to be a right of way that's shared between the two properties.
Yes.
Is that right?
No, yes, it's between the 10 Maynard and 12 Maynard. There's a right of way on the driveway.
So you know what might make sense is to instead of the landscaping you have to provide, is to say that there's a fence along the property line with the I've lost track of whether we're north or west now.
No, west is to the left.
And we could say it would be a 1.5 meter fence. You wouldn't have trouble with that, would you? Because there's already a fence there.
No, yes, of course. It's higher than 1.5 meters. Yes, for sure.
Okay, and it looks as though it would be impossible to put the land. I don't know how that right of way got put there, because it's contrary to the bylaw. So
the right of way.
Well, yeah, because you have to provide landscaping along that property line.
The
bylaw
this is the existing situation.
right
Of way. We didn't put the right of way. There was.
No, but I'm going with what the bylaw asks you to do.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So you need to provide a 1.5 meter landscape strip along that top boundary, but you can't do that because you've got a right of way there.
Yes.
What is the use of that property? Is the vacant residential one, right?
On the left is 1464. Yes, that's a house. There's no driveway from the King Street. There's no parking available for this property from King Street.
And the one on 12 Maynard, that's being used as a residential building?
It's a Lama Tenzin house.
Residential.
Residential.
It's a residential fourplex.
Yeah.
Can you talk to those people, the owners there, and they didn't raise any concerns?
Well, I am the owner. Sorry, my name is Tenzin, and we own.
Okay, that makes sense then. Okay.
We own both properties, 10 and 12 Maynard. So 12 Maynard we are keeping as it is, which is 4 2-bedroom units.
Okay, so you don't care about this landscape strip because you own both pieces of property?
No, we don't.
Okay, So the only concern then is the other boundary, which you've got a fence on. And okay, that answers my question. Now, can you tell me the parking that's provided? It says that there's quite a number of parking spaces in the little alcove, and it looks as though there isn't enough space there for all the parking that's provided. Can you just tell me what parking is provided and for what?
Okay. Parking spaces. We providing one residential parking space is required for the residential, so we provided one from the zoning, and we provide 5 for the places for the worship area, worship for the temple, basically 5 places. So it's on the site plan. It should be indicated which one is for the residential template. So we provide.
Okay, it was the residential one I didn't understand. Okay, that's clear. Thank you.
Okay.
Carl?
Yeah.
Larry.
Not Carl, Larry.
You had mentioned, so variance number 6, you had mentioned, so you got a bit of a deficit in your front yard. I thought I heard you say that you're open to doing permeable materials, but I look in your site plan and I don't see any reference to it. So
go to the landscaping plan. It's on the landscaping plan, we show it.
Can you guys call that up?
What's that?
I'm talking to staff.
Oh yeah, right here. Yeah. Go to the legend and you will see.
So
materials.
Those pavers in the front are all permeable. Is that your plan, or no? That's open.
Zoom out a little bit. Zoom out. Oh yeah, you're right here. You can see it. Yes. Permeable. Yes.
Okay. I missed that. Thanks. And I just note, Carl, to your point, like the fence in between Maynard and the property on King Street looks like it might be in a little bit of disrepair, and perhaps we wouldn't mind. If we were concerned about screening with that property, we should probably add that a new fence be constructed there.
Yeah, I agree.
No
I think it's a
problem.
good solution. Yeah.
We can build whatever fence
city will agree to.
you suggest, because we prefer to have a nice fence over there too, and between that house and our existing house, it's actually existing parking spot. It's not a green area right now that we are going to change it to parking spot, but now it is parking spot. It's a break late parking spot where we are going to keep the same way as it is.
Yeah, that's fine. I think we just probably need a new fence there.
All right.
Yes.
Sir.
Yes.
The owner, could you please give us your name and your address for the record? Because usually we only have one speaker. But since you're speaking, let us have your name and your address.
Sorry about that. My name is Tenzin Lama, Tenzin, and last name is Lama, and address is 12 Maynard Avenue.
All right, thank you. Okay, panel, any further questions? Comments? Do we have a motion? Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, despite all the questions, I think this is a commendable application, and it provides a use that's necessary for the community, and it's done it in, I think, a very sophisticated way. I would like to move approval of the application subject to forestry condition number 1. It was 1 and 2, and then forestry subsequently removed number 2. There's a planning condition about rental accommodation that I believe has to be accommodated. I would like to suggest that we provide permeable pavers as noted on, if I'm correct, I think it's drawing number 14, which is the landscape plan, and the provision of a fence along the west property line that is a minimum of 1.5 meters in height and is opaque. And
Carl, I think you should say, excuse me, but I think you should say a new fence, because there already is a fence.
Okay, yes, certainly, that's good. Yes, I agree. So a new fence along the west property line, a minimum of 1.5 meters in height, and opaque. And I believe that's it. And there's an extensive condition from planning about rental accommodation that presumably the applicant's aware of.
So, but I have staff planning has 5 conditions. Those are all rental, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
So I think that should be included as conditions to the motion.
Yes, I suggested that, yeah.
Okay. All right, do we have a seconder? Larry? All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you, sir. Number 9, 38 KERR Road. Purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a 1-story front addition enclosing the porch and a rear 2-story addition, also to construct a 1-story ancillary building, detached garage abutting the laneway. With this property, we have material submitted by the applicant only. Dennis Benoit.
Yes, hi, Dennis Benoit here. I am the applicant.
Yes, can we have your address, sir?
It is 126 Westminster Avenue, Toronto.
Okay, so I don't think that this application requires a fulsome presentation. Perhaps if you have anything to say to the panel before I take it into committee.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right,
and then we'll go into committee.
Okay, my only comment on the 5 variances, 3 of them are actually existing conditions. Number 2, 3, and 5 apply to the existing building, which they're not additional, but just to clarify that. The porch, I'll just go through. Number 2, the existing stairs encroach into the front yard setback. That's an existing condition, which currently remains. Number 3, regarding the front yard setback, the existing porch is already enclosed, and we're just enclosing it and making it a 4-season space. So that is an existing setback condition. And number 5, regarding the ancillary building structures, there is an existing garage there that we are tearing down and rebuilding the same size. That's all my comments.
Okay, thank you. Carl, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to ask you if the porch was enclosed. I believe it was. So if it's enclosed, what are you doing that's part of this application? It's an existing enclosed porch. You're just winterizing it?
Correct. And putting a basement below it as well. But we're not.
Then maybe Sabrina could give us advice on whether we have to change or slightly adjust the purpose of the application.
Through you, Mr. Chair, sorry to the agent, is the porch already enclosed?
Yeah. It is enclosed, but it is not winterized.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So Sabrina, do we have to amend the purpose?
I don't believe, through you, Mr. Chair, I don't believe so.
I think they're going to reconstruct it, so they really are constructing a front porch.
Well, if they're putting a basement below,
Yeah.
I don't believe it needs to be reworded.
Great.
Okay. Larry?
Just a quick question on the ancillary building, the garage. I noticed you're asking for a height variance. So, and it looks like you're proposing a shed roof.
Correct.
With the higher proportion to the front and sloping towards the rear. Is that for storage, or is that just aesthetics, or like why does it need to be higher than the 4 meters?
It is for additional storage predominantly, and aesthetics from the rear yard as well, but it is mainly for storage, and I believe it's an additional 16 inches that the architect's requesting. That's to the peak.
Yeah. So you're 0.42 meters over.
Correct. 0.42. Yes, correct.
Okay. Any further questions, or can we have a motion?
Chair, I'll start. I have no problem with the front. The height of the garage. I've been fairly consistent. I know my colleagues don't always agree. I've been fairly consistent about garages that exceed the height provisions, just because I think it is an offense. I think maybe in this case, given that there doesn't appear to be any opposition and it is a fairly modest increase, that I think I'm okay with it. So I'll move approval. I don't think there are any conditions.
That's correct. Seconder, Carl, all in favor? Have your approval, sir. Thank you. Number 10, 412 Lauder Avenue. The purpose of this application to permit the existing 3-unit duplex, which was constructed without the benefit of a building permit, also to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling duplex by constructing a complete 3rd-story addition, a rear 3-story addition, a side addition at the 2nd and 3rd stories, which will be cantilevered above the shared driveway, and a front 2nd-story balcony. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, staff reports from Transportation and Urban Forestry. Sohrab Ibrahim.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and the panel. I'm Sohrab Ibrahim, 33 Larnac Avenue. I'm the architect and owner of 412 and 414 Lauder Avenue. And just a quick brief is that we had a committee certificate last November. The main changes to the list of variances is we obtained the neighboring property for 14 Lauder Avenue that give us the opportunity to build above the shared driveway. And so the building height is the same as before. The areas are the same, but because we are able to use the area above the shared driveway, we end up having a shorter building, more green space in the back, definitely more natural light to the areas, and basically a much better quality in the layout of the buildings. I know the subject of this committee, of this meeting, is only 412 Lauder Avenue, and we can only focus on these 2 items.
So, Mr. Ibrahim, how high off the driveway is the cantilevered portion?
It's almost, just quickly, it's 4.5 meter. It's even more than that. So these 2 properties are on a steep topography. And standing in front of the building, the left side is almost 1 meter higher than the right side, the north side. So basically when the car is passing on the north side of the building, it's passing on the lower end of the property, and it's almost 1.5 story height to under of the cantilever.
Okay, so we had an application like this where the applicant didn't own the other house, but there was some concern about whether a large high truck could pass under the cantilevered portion. And I assume 4.5 meters is more than high enough for most trucks to get under it.
Correct.
Okay. Yes, Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not clear on what's involved in this application. It sounds from the purpose as though something was undertaken without permit, and then this application is to recognize that, but then to also approve some additional variances. And I'm just plain not clear what was done without permit and what is before us today. And then last night when the supplemental agenda came in, I was totally confused by the site plan that showed the adjacent property. So my question, I guess, is are we only looking at the one property? If we're looking at both properties, it doesn't appear that we gave proper notice. So I'm really quite confused by this. I could use an overview about what's happened and what's before us.
Sure, Carl. Thanks for the question. I was actually just discussing with Stanley a few minutes ago on email. We wanted to clarify more the description. Thanks for your question. I tried to make it short. So the existing building is a 3 units, not legal 3 units building. What we originally proposed is to have a duplex with a rental basement to make everything legal. Now, we are taking off the attic and adding a 3rd floor on top of the whole thing, and some addition in the back and on top of the shared driveway. Now, the purpose of sending the committee this site plan that you're currently seeing on the screen is just to give an overview of what is the future of both of them. Because if we wanted to only discuss 412, then there will be like some discussions and concerns about how the access would be to the backyard and everything else. We originally asked the committee to give us the option to defend both properties in the same date, but it wasn't. We couldn't get the same date. So again, like in discussion with the planning department, they advised us that you can defend both projects in 2 separate dates. As long as everything is clear, all should be good. Now, our focus here is...
Sorry to interrupt. So then you're proposing to come back to committee for approval of the property to the north?
Correct, yes, which is already set for 8th of March with the same proposed site plan.
Okay, so is there an advantage to you proceeding today with just this one, or? Well, I guess there is. Yeah, okay, fine. Yep.
Carl, to be honest, like I'm totally fine. We are totally fine with if you want us to do the both on 8th of March, it's totally fine for us. Because we have had, I can say like 90% of the variances discussed before on 9th of November, and we got the certificate for them. We don't have any concern about them, but if you guys feel like it would be better to do it, for sure, we're totally fine.
And you don't have any objections to this one at all, do you?
No.
No one's written in to object.
Well, and there's no one speak. Oh, yes, there is someone speaking.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Wait a minute. Yeah, do you own? What number do you want? Which numbers do you own? 412 and 414?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so 410 wants to speak to the matter. So there is some opposition, Carl.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that clarifies my question. Thank you very much for that.
So sorry, I know we got another speaker, Chair, but just again, similarly, a point of clarification. You received approval from the committee in June of last year to convert from 3 units to 2 units.
Correct.
But if you look at variance 3 before us, it says the altered dwelling has 3 units. So so you went from 3 to 2. Now you're going from 2 back to 3.
So just to be clear, yes, you're correct. We asked for going back to 3, but we were accounting the basement as 1 unit, but we were advised by the committee that basement rental is not accounted as the 3rd unit. We should still do the wording as duplex plus rental basement.
So that's what you're seeking now. In June, you also got approval for a 2-story rear addition?
Correct, yes. The same height, same area. The building was shorter, wasn't this much long because now it's wider. We are taking the driveway.
So that 2-story addition was constructed?
No, it wasn't. We didn't start the construction at all. We will do both of them together. It's much easier for us to do.
So you got approval for a 2-story addition. You're now seeking approval for a 3-story rear addition. Is that correct?
Yes, but in the previous one, we had the 3rd floor as well. We had the 3rd floor, but it didn't go all the way to the end of the building. It was a huge porch on the top.
So what you're basically saying, we kind of need to just abandon the decision that you had last year, and it's been overtaken by what we have before us now.
Correct. That would work. Definitely, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So can you tell me if you got approval in November, whenever it was, when did you build without a permit? Or not you, but the owner? Or you are the owner. So when was that built without a permit?
Oh, it was before we purchased 412. It was, I guess, December 2021. It was before that. They converted it into, it was a 3-unit rental when we purchased it.
Okay, and it wasn't legal?
It wasn't, no.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So you purchased it illegally. You haven't done anything subsequently that's illegal.
Correct, yes. We haven't done anything.
Right, so why wasn't that issue wasn't brought up at the previous hearing in November?
Sorry, which issue?
The issue of the building without a building permit.
Oh, we didn't do anything.
No, but in November.
It was in June, Chair. Chair, the date on the decision is June 22nd last year.
Oh, okay. So June 22nd, when you were before the committee, you didn't get approval for building without a building permit.
We didn't. We just got the committee certificate, zoning certificate, but we didn't apply for building permits because we purchased 414 right after it, and that changed the whole scenario. We had the option now to build over the shared driveway.
I'm talking about legalizing what had gone on before you bought the property. You didn't deal with that last June.
No, we didn't.
Okay, thank you. All right, we go on to Sean Byrne.
Sean, you've been unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. This new change, I didn't see the double.
Sir, we need your name and your address.
John Byrne, 410 Lauder Avenue, M6E 3J2.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
No, I didn't see the additional changes. This is new to me. My concern was the previous concern was removing the front tree from the property. And then in the back with the extended building in the back, we have a pear tree that's like 50 years old. And if that was going to be impacted by the building that the detached garage building at the rear, my concern is it's very close to the property line and 50 years old, that it may be damaged or removed in the construction.
Okay. All right. Mr. Ibrahim?
Thank you, Sean. So just to clarify, we don't have the detached building in the back anymore, like the garage that we proposed before. We have taken it out. And as we discussed in the last session of committee about the front pine tree, we have a arborist report that has analyzed all of the trees and the impacts of our construction on it. So the pine tree is already half dead. Unfortunately, that is something that we, as the owners, really are trying to keep, but the roots are now getting out of the soil, and there is actually a chance that the tree might fall. So we have done our our efforts to keep the pine, because we believe it's a beautiful tree. It somehow is it's somehow a character to the neighborhood. But unfortunately, it seems that we can't really keep it, and it's really harm to falling over the passerbys, cars, or even pedestrian. So from the last time that we spoke in the last meeting, basically, we went through some side studies, and the only thing that we can do, honestly, is to replace it with a new tree. We have already conducted the city for planting the new tree after our construction is done, but we really need to take off that pine tree, unfortunately. We are going to use the wood of it to build the windows and the doors of the new proposed buildings, which is somehow in support of the points that we are seeking for a LEED certificate. We are in the procedure of it. We are studying that. But unfortunately, about the tree, we believe that it is beautiful, and we are on the same page with you 100%. But unfortunately, we can't do anything to keep it. It's half dead, and the roots are out. It might fall on anyone. And even like the adjacent neighbor for, I guess, I don't know, maybe I spoke with you a long time ago, and you had the concern about the leaves on the front yard, and that we need to do the front yards together, all renew it. So I've heard some of the neighbors like in support of removing this tree because it's basically messy. But as I mentioned, like we are on the same page with you. We really love to keep this tree, but unfortunately, it seems that it's not possible. It's just falling apart.
Thank you, Mr. Ibrahim. Any further questions, panel? All right, any comments? Do we have a motion? Carl?
Mr. Chairman, I have just one simple question. In the rear yard, on the site plan that's with this application, it appears that you're retaining an existing driveway, and you're left to think that the parking spaces are permeable paving. I don't know if that's correct or not, but on the new site plan where you've combined it with the property, all of the parking and the driveway leading to it is all the same, and I'm trying to figure out, is it permeable paving on the rear parking lot? Because I think that would make sense.
Yes, correct, Carl. If we haven't put it on the new site plan, it's our bad. Sorry about it. We tried to make it more simple just for the sake of this committee. We removed a lot of annotations. It might have been removed.
So if we wanted to clarify that in any decision, how might we do that? We'd actually, I guess, refer to the new site plan, I guess, and then say that the parking and driveways are to be impermeable pavers. Does that work for you? The rest, what I was going to do is just call up the site plan that you've submitted with this application, but then it gets confusing because you've got the existing concrete being retained.
I 100% agree with you, Carl. We are totally fine with that. We believe that the permeable pavements, especially the concrete ones with hollow space in between them, creates a really nice mix of green and gray space together in the back.
Okay, so can we pull up the site plan that's with us before us today? I don't have that on my screen there. Can we use that site plan then and say that the paving and all paving areas are to be permeable paving? That seems to work, right? And then the rest is landscaping.
Carl, is that showing 3 parking spots back there?
Yeah,
Yes,
it shows,
because transportation.
the other one shows 3 parking spots and then landscaping, grass, I should say, along the back property and along the side, but it shows in the site plan that's with today's application. Can we pull that one up? I can show you the difference. There. What the applicant has indicated is what that hatched area is existing concrete, and he's agreeing that that's not his intention. His intention is to make it permeable paving. I'm just trying to figure out the best way of calling that up.
Yeah, so transportation has a condition that limits parking to 2 spots.
And the third one goes into landscaping, I remember.
Soft landscaping, yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't think we can refer to this site
Call
plan
up the
because
site plan at all.
it's showing 3.
We don't have any issue with that. We just proposed the 3 parking spots to make sure that we have enough space to provide it, but we are totally fine with providing 2 parking spots in the back. It will help to increase the green area, which we believe it's definitely a high quality living space.
So rather than tying it to site plan, Carl, I think maybe we'll just put a robust condition on this.
I'll go with you in your robust condition for sure. Yes. I missed the third one. Thank you.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. If the applicant is agreeing to only providing 2 parking spaces located outside in the rear yard, then perhaps variance number 3 should be variance number 7 be removed.
Yeah.
Because it does say in this case there will be 3 parking spaces in the rear yard.
Yeah, it's a good catch.
Okay. All right. So, Carl, do we have a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to put a motion of approval. I think it's a good application now that we've understood it, and if it comes back to this panel, it would be very easy to do the other one. I would suggest that it be approved, and with the only condition being that the driveways and parking areas are to be paved with interlocking paving. And I don't know if we have to call up the transportation. The transportation condition actually says now that the variance has been removed, I don't think we need the transportation condition. So I think the only thing would be the interlocking paver condition.
Forestry condition number 2.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, forestry 2.
So, Carl, just as a thought, I wouldn't mind leaving the transportation just because it specifically says that the remaining part be returned to soft landscaping. So,
and that will help us when we get the other half.
Yeah.
Okay, so sure.
And I think it's an amended application or an amended.
Yes, it is, because we took a variance off.
I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor? Have your approval. Thank you. Okay. I think it's an appropriate time to take a 5-minute break. Come back at about 5 to 12.
Larry, thanks for the last catch.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we are ready to proceed.
Okay. The next application is number 1117 Caroline Avenue. The purpose of the application to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear second-story addition with a rear bay window. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, and we have a report from Toronto and Region Conservation Authority. Shahid Nanavati.
Yes, sir. I'm Shahid Nanavati, and I represent this application. And I am from Northern Construction, 1304 Woodbine Avenue.
Thank you. I don't believe we need a presentation. This is very straightforward, sir. Panel, do you have any questions? Do we have a motion? Larry?
Sure, Chair, thanks. I agree with you. This is a very straightforward. This is FSI only, and the FSI increase is modest, I think, relative to the neighborhood. And I assume you've spoken to the adjacent semi and no problem?
Yes, we did.
Yep, okay. So I think it's very minor, Chair. I'm happy to move approval, no conditions.
Carl, do you second that?
I do, but Mr. Chairman, might I add, in seconding it, I'd like to compliment the applicant on very comprehensive and clear drawings.
Thank you very much.
All in favor? Larry, are you raising your hand because you're not on the screen?
There I am.
All right, there you are. Okay, it's approved, sir.
Thank you very much. Very kind of
Number
you.
1299 Blue Jays Way. The purpose of this application to permit the reduction of visitor parking spaces within the commercial parking garage. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and email correspondence from Transportation Services. And I don't have the name of the speaker. Is there an agent here?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is. Daniel Oliveira, you've been unmuted.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of committee. My name is Daniel Oliveira, and I'm the applicant for the property at 99 Blue Jays Way.
And your address?
134 Peters Street.
Thank you. So I think this is very straightforward. Panel, do you have any questions? Yes, Carl?
One very quick question, and I'm afraid I don't know where this is. In my notes, when I was reviewing the various materials, I've noted that your covering letter indicates that you require 8 parking spaces and transportation references 7. Does that create any problem, or can you clarify if there's a difficulty?
There is no difficulty. The Transportation Services reviewer mentioned that we need 7 to adhere to the zoning bylaw. Where we placed our gate arm, it just shows 8 visitor parking, and we're happy to satisfy that.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, do we have a motion? Carl, Larry, make a motion. Okay, Larry? Oh, we can't hear you.
Sorry, Aaron's not back?
No.
Yeah, I think this is a very straightforward application, and they've consulted with city staff, and city staff are fine with it. I'm happy to move approval, no conditions.
Carl, you second that? Good. All in favor? Have your approval. Thank you. Number 13, 181 Ellis Avenue. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2 1/2 story detached dwelling by constructing a 1-story south side addition to be used as a heated greenhouse. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have email correspondence from Urban Forestry and Engineering, support from 37 Grenadier Heights, and a form letter from 39 Grenadier Heights in support. Agnes Skeen.
Yes, hi, I'm Angus Skeen. I'm the agent and architect for the application, 142 Glendale Avenue, M6R2T2.
Okay, so Mr. Skeen, I don't believe we need a presentation. This is very straightforward. So do you have anything you want to say before we go into committee?
No, I'm comfortable with, I'll answer any questions, obviously, but I do believe it's straightforward. So if you're happy to proceed, please do so.
Okay. All right, any questions or do we have a motion? Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very straightforward application. It's a very sensitive addition to a stunning building. It's my pleasure to put forward a motion of approval without conditions.
Larry seconds it. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you, sir. Oh, Aaron, you weren't here. So you didn't hear. You're muted, Aaron.
I'm sorry, I'm late, so I wouldn't vote on this case.
Yeah, number 14, 3122 Dundas Street West. The purpose of the application is to alter the existing two-story mixed-use building by constructing a third-story addition and a rear third-story addition, a rear three-story addition. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have email correspondence from transportation engineering and correspondence in support from 3106 Dundas West and 3120 Dundas West. We have correspondence in concern from 3124 Dundas and opposition from 3124 Dundas. Two different people in opposition. Yushu Su?
Yes, I'm here. I am the applicant and the agent for this application, but I will let my colleague Andrew Hill speak for the project, who has also registered to speak at this committee.
Okay, so there is some opposition, so perhaps we can have a very brief presentation, Mr. Hill. If we could have your name and your address, please.
My name is Andrew Hill. I live at 38 Joe Schuster Way.
Right, thank you. So could we have your brief presentation, please?
Sure. So as outlined, this is a application to renovate and alter a existing building at 3122 Dundas Street West. The proposal is to revise it to a 3.5-story building to increase density. It has commercial use maintained at the street front on level 1. The massing of the project is as of right and in keeping with the zoning bylaw in that regard. We're actually excited as a practice here to be kind of working on these infill projects and excited to sort of rigorously add this density into a sort of a slot like this into the Dundas Junction neighborhood. The variances, as they are on the notice, relate to parking. Transportation had no objections. We're showing 1 parking spot. The zoning requires 2, but the width of the lot, once access is maintained, doesn't really allow for 2 spots to fit side by side. There's a small residential amenity that our client would like to provide for the tenants on level 1. So that's sort of what's triggering the FSI variance on level 1. And that's it. And yeah, that's the project.
Okay. Panel, any questions? Okay, let's go to Michael Spencer Thompson.
Mr. Chairman, could the person that's managing the items before us, can we get the elevation, street elevation up? I can't read it on my monitor. Okay, and the top is sloped. Yeah, okay, that's good. Thanks.
Okay, Michael Spencer Thompson.
Hear me? Hello?
Michael, you've been unmuted.
Okay, thank you very much.
We can't hear you, Michael.
Can you speak a little bit closer to
thank
your
you very much.
microphone?
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, yes. I had opportunity to speak to Nick, the owner. He's
Can
away
we
now in
have,
Thailand.
can
I
we
spoke-
have, sir, can
Sorry?
we have your name and address for the
It's
record,
Mike.
please?
It's Michael Spencer Thompson, and this is 3124 Dundas Street West, next door.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I spoke to the owner, Nick, about the situation with proposed extension and elevation of the building 3122 Dundas Street West. I finally got back to me late last night. I talked also to the gentleman that's presenting the extensions. Nick, I spoke to him. I explained to him what the current applicant's position is and how I was willing to help him with the maybe loss of windows. And he came back last night with he's adamantly against extension because he said the second story window facing his property, it was built with the current building from the very beginning. So it's not some sort of, it's not an afterthought or just an addition. It was part of the original build, and he would lose that window to a kitchen. Also, he said that the extension on the building he bought at 3122. His extension was done a while ago. He's going to look into see how long ago it was done, and the windows were there when he bought the building, and it's been there for decades. Looks like. So he doesn't see how this could happen and has his enjoyment and income stream be possibly impacted by this extension. So he's totally against it. And I explained to him that the applicant is willing to work with him and put skylights in if necessary, help him with that, and do his best to make sure that the impact is minimized. But his position is no.
Isn't this the one where the owners, the applicant suggested skylights
Yes.
to get the light in, and that he would contribute?
Yes, I did explain that to Nick, but he's away in Thailand, and he said no, he doesn't want his windows blocked. It's going to impact his use for enjoyment of his tenants and his rental ability of the property. And I told him that like the position is that some of the windows are non-conforming. He said, "How's it non-conforming upstairs to the kitchen when the building was built?" I said, I told him, he's just very, I told him that like the applicant's been very reasonable and trying to help minimize as much as possible. His position is he doesn't want to have his building impacted, period.
Are you Mr. Spencer Thompson?
Yes, I am, sir.
I have a little trouble. Who's
Nick
those are going to
Petrakis
be?
Nick Petrakis is the owner. I'm his representative.
I see. Okay, so you're talking. So the owner of 3124 is not interested in putting in skylights. Is that right?
Yes, he doesn't want skylights. He doesn't want the build to happen. He says it's too close to his building. You have no natural light. He wants his tenants to see outside. I explained to him the benefit of skylight. He basically said he's not interested in the skylight. It's too close. He doesn't want it to happen.
But there's nothing to the applicant or to the person speaking. There's nothing in the variances about a side yard setback that would affect this window. It's basically one variance is for parking. One variance is about where you could put residential versus non-residential uses, and the other one is a very minor increase in floor space index. I don't think there's anything in the variances that your client could rely upon to prevent a building that would block the light in this particular kitchen. And from my perspective, I was actually quite impressed with the offer the suggestion, first of all, free design advice to use skylights to address the light, and then a further offer to help share costs on that. I was very impressed with that. I don't know that your client has I mean, if there was a side yard setback here and there was a variance to remove it, fine, but that's not the case. There's nothing in these variances that I would argue that your client could rely on to preserve the current view from that window.
All right, 11. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Hill?
Yes?
Could you, I mean, the neighbor is objecting because you're going to block some light from a window. You've offered to put in skylights. He's refused that. Do you have an alternative position, or do you just want to proceed?
I think we'd have to proceed. The sort of slenderness of these lots doesn't really allow for major changes to reference something like this. If this were a sort of multi-lot major development, perhaps accommodations for something like that would be granted, or if it was a sort of heritage listed property or something next door. But I think our proposal is a sign of things to come for streets like this, and we think it's an appropriate application.
And I take it that your offer of contributing to skylights will stand even after the construction, if the neighbor changes his mind?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, panel, do you have any further questions, or do we have a motion? Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think given the constraints of the site, it is a very narrow site. I think the applicant has done as well as can be expected to accommodate neighboring properties. I don't think there is anything particularly adverse about this proposal. Perhaps blocking the window is unwelcome, but as we've already indicated, the applicant has gone further by making a suggestion about skylights, which frankly, Indo Kitchen, I think is a good solution, and then to help fund those skylights. So I think that the proposal is a reasonable one, and I'd like to move approval subject to, actually, there are no conditions, just because everybody that's reported was fine with it.
Okay, seconder?
Chair, I'll second that, but I also like just to add to Carl's point, this is a major street, the junction, that looks like it's mostly characterized by 2-story and 3-story homes.
Yeah.
Exactly the kinds of places where we should be encouraging additional development, particularly that involves retention of commercial and the addition of residential. I think it's a great proposal.
Yep. All right, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you, sir. Number 1533 Russet Avenue. The purpose of this application to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition with a ground level deck, a front 2nd-story balcony, a north side walkout basement to access the secondary suite within the basement, and new front stairs. Also to construct a 1-story ancillary building, detached garage in the rear yard. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant. Sarah Maudie.
Sarah, you've been unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, this is Sarah. I'm here on behalf of the owner.
What's your address? What's your last name and what's your address, please?
My last name is Mahdi, M-A-H-D-I. And the address I'm representing is 33 Russet Avenue.
What's your address, please?
1356 Weir Chase, Mississauga.
Okay, can we have your presentation because there is some opposition?
Yeah, so we're doing a major renovation. We're doing a rear 2-story addition. We're adding a secondary suite in the basement with a separate entrance on the side. And we're also proposing a new 1-car garage in the rear yard. So we're looking to increase the building depth from 17 meters to 19.26. The floor space index, we're looking to increase it from 0.6 to 0.68. And the front yard landscaping, in the variances, it's not showing that it's updated, but it has been updated. We have 50% right now, and the rear yard landscaping needs to be updated. I'm asking for 40% instead of 75% in order to propose the new garage and the deck. And for the new garage, we're asking for 4.2 meters for the height instead of 4 meters. And we're also asking for 3.2 meters of height for the garage entrance instead of the 2.5 meters that's permitted. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right, Ms. Mahdi, I think you, are the variances changed 2 and 3 with respect to soft landscaping? Because they're both 0 on our forms.
Yeah, so I have the updated drawings. We did change the landscape calculations. So the front landscaping I have at 50%, and the rear yard landscaping I'm asking for 40%.
Okay.
So
And
variance number 2 is 40% and variance number 3 is
50%.
50%.
We're going to
Okay,
need the
and
square meters too, right?
Yeah, we need the square meters too.
Yeah, so hold on one second. The front yard would be 14.82 square meters, and the rear yard would be 20 square meters.
Okay, so I think you also said variance number 5, you talked about the garage having a height of 4.2 meters, which is in our notice, but then you also said you need a variance with respect to the height of the entrance?
Yeah, that's what we got in the zoning notice.
Okay, that's not in our notice. Was that sent out?
That's in item 6, I believe.
Oh, pardon me. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Chair, can we just clarify variance number 2? I think you said you're going to 40%, and you said that's 20 square meters.
Right.
But 50% on our notice is 67 meters. So those numbers don't jive?
Sorry, the 40% would be for the rear landscaping, the backyard.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you look at variance number 2, 50% would total 67 meters. You're saying 40% at 20 meters. Those numbers don't seem to work for me.
Oh, shoot.
40% should be a lot more than 20 meters.
Should be about 60 meters.
Yeah.
I would have to actually check these numbers again. Yeah, I would have to check the square meter for that, but the percentage I'm asking for would be 40%.
Okay, but before we can vote on this, we need the square meters.
Just give me a second.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if the applicant could also clarify minor variance number 3 in terms of percentage and square meters.
I think it was 50%. I'm not sure what the square meters were.
Square meters were, through you, Mr. Chair, it was 14.82 square meters, I believe.
That doesn't make sense because,
I know.
Okay, because the 75% is 6.75 square meters.
The 67 square meters, if you divide that by 5, it's 13 plus something. If you multiply the 13 by 4, you get 52. So it's I mean, those aren't accurate, but to Larry's point, it's closer to 50, maybe 52 to 55 square meters.
But we also need the square meters in 3.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I just want to chime in. If 50% is 67 meters squared, then a very simple calculation that 40% would be equivalent to 53.6.
Yeah.
You don't need to find the original floor areas because the zoning examiner has already done that. You just have to proportionally reduce it, and then you can find the number. So
you got 53.6, right? That's very close to
53.6 is 40%, right? And then you use the same way to calculate number 3. Then can the applicant do the math quickly, please? It's very simple.
So the total backyard area I have is 83.7 meters. So if you do 40% of that, that would be 33.4 square meters.
But what I'm trying to say is the square footage of your front rear yard, let's say for item number 2, might be different than how the zoning examiner used. He or she might use a different number to calculate that 50%, and therefore that is 67 meters square. So you shouldn't be using that area. You should use the 67 as a reference and reduce it so that it matches.
By 10%.
Correct. So 50% to 40%, meaning you bring down 20% down, right? So 20% of 67 meters square is 53.6. That's the number you should be using. With the similar idea, you do the same thing for item number 3, then we have the numbers. And that's the best way so that you can proceed with the building permit if this application is approved. If not, the numbers are wrong, you will be in trouble again and you have to come back.
Okay, so for the front yard, I would be using 53 square meters. Correct?
For the rear yard.
6.
53.6.
For the rear yard, yes.
All right, and the front yard?
Yeah, give me 1 second. .4 square meters.
Okay. That sound about right, Aaron? Yeah. Okay. All right, let's move on to James Branco.
Hi, my name is James Branco, and I live at 35 Russet Avenue.
All right, sir, could you speak up, please? We can hear you, but very faintly.
My name is James Branco, and I live at 35 Russet Avenue.
Okay. Can we have your presentation, sir?
It's regarding the length. Apparently, it's 17 meters is what's allowed maximum, and they're requesting 19.26, which means that there'll be an additional 2.6 meters added onto a building that's now all the way up 2 stories high and completely overcasts most of my backyard with shade. And the second variant was regarding the green space, which I believe we've addressed.
Okay. So you're content with the amendment to the green soft landscaping?
Yes, sir. That was one of my priorities, especially due to drainage coming back onto our property and making everything soft and wet on our end of things. Yeah. We do garden back here, so having a lot of shade cast is an issue. But if the bylaw says 17 feet, I'm perfectly happy with that. We do lose some direct sunlight in the bathroom and in one of our kitchens, but even adding another 2.4 meters, we lose along our patio. It's ground level patio. Any of the sunlight coming in during, most of the hours through the day. garage part, it's up against the fence at Bell Canada. It's not like I'm getting a ton of light or any sort of issue with that.
Okay, panel, any questions? Okay. Ramsey Yanis?
Yes. Hello?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Randy Yanis. I'm from 31 Russet Avenue. I'm just attending to see the results and just attending the hearing. I have no objection.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mahdi?
Yes.
Yes, could you have comments on Mr. Branco's concerns about the extension shadowing his backyard?
I have no comments.
Okay, thank you. Panel, do you have any further questions? Yes, Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We don't have the revised site plan that you referred to. Have you filed it at all?
Ms. Mahdi? Ms. Mahdi?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Mr. Carl asked you a question about the site, if you filed the site plan.
The revised site plan, we haven't sent that yet, no.
How are you accommodating? You're extending the driveway, and then you're creating a turn, and all of that area is paved. Is that right?
Yeah, so we're just extending on the existing driveway. Just the back portion, what is extended.
Okay, would you be agreeable to the paving in the rear yard being permeable paving? It's not there yet, you're adding it, and you're below the landscape requirements. So it seemed to me to be reasonable that all paving in the rear yard should be permeable.
Okay.
Did you agree with that?
I agree.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, any comments? Do we have a motion? Yes, Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My concerns with this application were in fact landscaping, so that I welcome the increase in landscaping. So I'd like to move approval of the revised application with the revised landscaping, subject to all paving in the rear yard is to be provided, is to be permeable in nature. And I believe that's it. And it's the revised application.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Yes, Aaron. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you. Number 1612, 4 Oaks Court. And the purpose of this application is to construct a new 2-story detached dwelling with a front integral garage, a rear covered loggia, a rear open deck and basement walkout. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, email correspondence from Ravina Natural Features Protection, Forestry, and planning. Staff reports from Ravina Natural Feature Protection as well as planning, and opposition from 3NA Dunstan Crescent. Giorgio Lolis.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of committee and staff, committee of justice staff. My name is Giorgio Lolis, representing the file in front of us today. We have 4 variances.
All right, Mr. Lolis, could you just give us your name and address for the record? And perhaps you could speak up a little bit and a little bit slower.
Absolutely, sir. Giorgio Lolis, 220 Duncan Mills Road.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. We have in front of us 4 variances to this morning. I believe they're minor in nature. I can express each one of them if you'd like me to.
Yes, we
in
do,
relation
because
to,
there's opposition, sir.
yes, I understand, sir. I understand. In relation to the lot coverage, the lot coverage calculations are broken down as follows. The home itself does conform with a 35%. The additional percentage equates to the rear yard covered loggia area, which is definitely an exterior sort of livable space for entertaining barbecue area and sitting outdoor patio area, taking advantage of the full sort of benefit of the ravine situation behind us. The second one in nature is the permitted building height, where we're required that we're allowed 8.5. We're asking for 9.12. Again, I believe this is minor in nature. We're only asking for about almost 3 feet above, or 2'4" above the required conditions. I still feel is minor in nature, given the characteristics of the home. It sort of complements the design itself. The third request is maximum permitted floor space index. We're required to maintain 60. We're asking for 0.65. Again, a 0.05% is minor in nature given the scenario and the conditions that have been approved in the past. And the last one is the maximum permitted height of sidewalls. The maximum allowed is 7. We're asking for 7.12, an additional 4 inches due to the sort of characteristics of the roof lines. We have TRCA. We dedicate with TRCA and ravine bylaws. We have their approval. We have their recommendations, and we met with them. We also have planning require conditions, and they're favorable, with the exception of. I'd like, if committee decides to approve the application, I'd like to sort of address one item, the item in relation to this time with the plans. Given the scenario that we worked with the arborist for Forest Street and the existing tree behind us, directly to the on the right side of the property, during our process of trying to sort of salvage the tree and work with the tree and allow the most maximum tree protection zone allowed it, we have altered and relocated our basement walkout to the opposite side, so near the barbecue area where the covered loggia is indicated, giving us much more area of undisturbed soil for the tree protection zone. So if you do tie me to plans based on planning's recommendations, please allow me that option to have my basement walkout rework to the other side, due to the nature of trying to work with a tree protection zone area. The homeowner has conveyed their requests or their proposals to both neighbors, adjacent neighbors. We have approval from the neighbor to the right of us, which is number 14. The neighbor number 10, which is the left of us, which is Chris and Tanya. They have been reviewed. They saw the plans, reviewed the plans, but unfortunately they had no comments. So they're both adjacent neighbors have been advised, and as far as we believe, we have 14 approval. Given the notion that Chris and Tanya didn't respond, we're assuming they're in favor as well. They didn't have any concerns or objections prior to that. First and foremost, that's pretty well in a nutshell what we're proposing. Again, we feel that the conditions are minor in nature, and please, I'll ask any questions accordingly.
Yes, Larry.
So I just want to be clear about what you're proposing in the rear. So you're going to switch the loggia and the basement walkout?
No, we're just relocating the walkout, strictly the walkout area. The covered loggia, the open patio area, it's an open patio area, that will stay. The stair system on to the right side where it says down, that will no longer be there. That basement walkout will be on the area where it says covered loggia by the grade number of 12680, right in front of that area.
Okay, so that you wouldn't anticipate that would alter Ravine's.
No, we're staying within the ravine. No, our proposal is staying within the ravine protection zones. We just recently, we were just working with our arborist to maintain the maximum tree protection zone, and by that time we didn't have time to circulate it, but we feel confident that we'll have to work with him just to sort of do everything possible to minimize the impact of that tree as far as excavation area.
Great, thank you.
So Mr. Lolos,
yes, sir.
Just to be clear with respect, you're going to move the walkout to under the loggia?
No, beyond outside the perimeter of the loggia, but we'll still get access under the covered loggia. And so basically, it's the same design process, but just generally the stairs where it is right now. Just in order for us to build that, there's a lot of excavation going on. So we're just going to relocate it to the other side to maximize the tree protection zone.
So does that affect rear setbacks or anything like that?
No, sir. It shouldn't.
Okay, so, and you haven't filed revised plans, so I just want to be sure as to how we refer to it in a motion.
I could make the recommendations, basically the proposed basement walk-up condition to be relocated to the south side of the covered loggia area. It doesn't have an impact on coverage, setbacks, and so forth because it's an open structure.
Okay, all right. Just to say that it's to be relocated to the south.
Correct. Yeah, because planning's recommendation for approval has tied us to the plans, and I just want to make it very clear that area there we're going to propose it to flip it. Yes. Okay, Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wonder, because negotiations are still underway with that tree, and I appreciate the applicant's willingness to try and work to save the tree. Maybe the simplest solution is if the planning department condition is accepted, that we just put with the exception of the entrance to the rear basement walkout, and that gives him some flexibility because he may need to change it again if the negotiations are still underway. I think the issue that he's raising is that if you tie it to plans, then he can't change it at all. And he's going to need some flexibility as he continues to negotiate.
Yeah, Mr. Lolos?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, I do agree with Mr. Kipfer's comments. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. All right, let us move on. Tanya Perozzo and Chris Delir.
Chris, you've been unmuted.
You can hear us?
Yes, we can.
So 10-4 Oaks Gate is our address. We're the direct next door neighbor. We hadn't had a chance yet to sign the letter, but we are speaking today on to approve the project, or we approve of the project.
Okay, can we just have your name for the record?
Yeah, first name Chris, last name Belir.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, let us hear what your concerns are.
Actually, no concern. The only question we had was we wanted to confirm that the new house will not be any closer to the property line or to our house. And from the plans and from what I can see, I believe that is correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, I don't believe we need to hear from you again, Mr. Lolos. So panel, do we have any further questions, concerns, or do we have a motion?
Just going to assume, Chair, that if we do switch the basement walkout to the other side, that it doesn't change number one, lot coverage.
Yeah, I would think we can assume that.
Okay.
I think it's not part of the lot coverage because I think Mr. Lolo said it's open.
Yeah, I just wasn't too sure what the technical interpretation of that was, but I just don't want to get caught in doing something. I think this is a supportable application. I thought it was a good design, actually, particularly given the unique characteristics of the site. I think I'm happy to move approval, subject to forestry condition number 2, and planning's condition to tie it to plans with the exception to allow for the relocation of the rear basement walkout to, sorry, which direction is it, Carl?
I'm recommending that we not put the direction in, that we just stop right there, just to allow for the relocation, because he may need some flexibility as he negotiates further to save the tree. And I think that addresses the concern.
Yep. Okay. Well, let's leave it at that then.
So, Larry.
Yes, sir.
I didn't have any forestry condition number 2 written down.
Oh, pardon me. You're absolutely right, Chair. I was looking at the wrong item.
Yeah, it's the next item.
Yes,
Next
thank you
item.
for catching that.
Okay, so that would be deleted. Carl, you second the motion?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor? Have your approval, thank you. Number 1732 Chestnut Park. Purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a 2-story rear addition with a 2nd-story rear terrace, also to alter the existing 1-story ancillary building by constructing a 1-story west side addition and a complete 2nd-story addition. This ancillary building will contain 2 parking spaces and 1 laneway suite and will have a covered area on the ground level. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant. We have email correspondence from Transportation Services and a report from a tree protection and plan review. We have support from 24 Chestnut Park Road, 54 Rowanwood Avenue, and 26 Chestnut Park Road, and we have correspondence and concern or interest from 34 Chestnut Park. Sean McGaffey.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm here and happy to give you a brief presentation for yourself and members of the committee.
Could we have your name and your address, and could you just speak a little more into the mic and a little louder?
Sure, absolutely. My name is Sean McGaffey, Senior Associate with WND Associates, and our address 90 Eglinton Avenue East, Suite 970, Toronto, Ontario, M4P2Y3.
Okay, so perhaps you could give us a brief, well, you have quite a few variances, so perhaps you could give us a brief presentation.
Sure, absolutely. There are a number of variances before you today with respect to this application. And just briefly, the application is for an addition to the existing home. There's a 1-story addition proposed in the eastern side yard and a 2-story rear addition with a smaller 2-story portion in the east side yard as you move north. So the building sort of steps back from Chestnut Park. And there's also an addition proposed to the existing garage, which will add 2 parking spaces at grade, which you mentioned, as well as a living space above. And this is sort of consistent with what the pattern you see along Rowanwood Avenue, in addition to directly to the east at 34 Chestnut. You mentioned the email correspondence from 34 Chestnut Park from Mr. Cano, so I just want to briefly speak to that. I have had a number of discussions with the owner and Mr. Cano over the past few weeks. And I'm pleased to say we've been able to address his concerns with the revised plans that I filed. And really the only revisions on those plans, sir, if I may, are to specifically call out where the privacy screens will be provided, as well as increase the height of the window on the 2nd floor of the coach house area so that it limits or further limits potential views into his rear yard. And so as I promised to Mr. Cano, I'd like to ask for these plans to be tied to a substantially in accordance condition so that he has the comfort of that being implemented through the permit process. We've also been developing these plans with heritage staff, urban forestry staff, and city planning. And I'm pleased to say all of them are on side with the proposal before you today. And there you go. You can see where we've added those notations there in the red bubble. And so Urban Forestry visited the site with our appointed arborist. Heritage provided confirmation in early January that they are comfortable with the proposal moving forward to building permit. And just generally pleased to be working with this team and with the neighbors and the neighborhood again on another application here. In early December, I worked with my clients to hand drop a notice and some diagrams of the proposed works in advance of the city's circulation of the notice. And we're happy that that was quite effective. We did have 3 correspondents write in with that, and that was hand delivered following the city's notice radius by my client and her husband. And so we've reviewed the application under the 4 tests of the Planning Act, and notwithstanding the number of them that are there before you, they do meet the general intent and purpose of the official plan and the zoning bylaw. They are appropriate and desirable for the development of the land, and they are minor in nature, both individually and collectively. And just a point on some of the variances you see associated with the coach house, but we were caught in the period where we applied and did the zoning review, where the council adoption of the garden suite bylaw had occurred, but it had not yet come into force. And so that's why you see a variance, for example, for living accommodation within an accessory building, or a floor area variance for the accessory building, because we are caught in sort of that transitional period. So that's happy to answer any questions you may have, and we also have Ms. Pepino registered should we have any sort of questions for her as well.
So do you comply with the garden suite requirements now?
We would be able to remove approximately 5 to 6 variances based on my assumption. We would be still about 23 centimeters over the height to our peaked roof. The garden suite's limited to 6.5 meters. The peak of our roof on the ancillary building is 6.73 meters. But certainly we would remove the variance for living accommodation, the rear yard setback for the...
Tell us the number of the variances that you would be could remove.
Sure. So that would be 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, and 15 on my reading. But I'm hesitant to remove them from any approvals, sir, because those are consistent with the zoning notice that I received and submitted with the application.
No, I didn't want to remove them. I just wanted you to advise us that which ones you comply with that are compliant now. So do I take it 9, 10, 11, 12, and 15?
Let me just double check that for you. 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, sir.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Larry?
Just a quick question. So it looks like if you go along Rowanwood that there are other, I mean, you called it a coach house. I mean, in this area, that's not uncommon. It doesn't sound like. And it looks like there are others along Rowanwood. Is that your understanding?
Yes, absolutely. And I just actually made a note. For example, we have 15, 18, 20, and 34 Chestnut Park within the immediate proximity. All have 2-story living accommodation and garage facing Rowanwood. It's kind of a unique block in South Rosedale because they are all through lots. So you do get these examples of larger coach houses that have occurred over the years.
Yeah. So I guess the point is this wouldn't be out of character with what's along there now.
No, I wouldn't say so, no.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, we have any comments? Do we have a motion? Larry?
Sure, Chair. I'm happy to move this one. I actually thought this was a rather handsome design, both for the coach house and for the main dwelling. And while there are a number of variances before us, I think this is Rosedale. These are large homes, large lots. This, I don't think at all would be inconsistent with the lot pattern and the urban fabric in this area at all. And I thought that was well designed. I always defer to my architect colleagues on the panel in that regard, but from my perspective, it looks like a pretty nice looking design, and clearly they've done a great job of consulting with all the neighbors and accommodating any concerns. So I think this is a supportable application. So I'm happy to move a motion to approve subject to forestry condition number 2.
Yes, Carl, seconded.
Yep. Before I do, Mr. Chair, I agree with all that Larry said, but I have a question. In the added material, there's a letter from Dr. John, I don't know that I'm pronouncing his name correctly.
AO, I think.
Yeah, and he's talking about privacy screens, which the applicant has got on his drawings. And then he's talking about the windows in the coach house facing the south backyard to be raised to 5 feet from the floor of the coach house. Could the applicant respond as to whether that is something that he can accommodate or does accommodate?
Is it on the plans?
I thought it was. I thought he said this is the guy he negotiated with.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's okay. Then that's good. So then we've accommodated these suggested revisions. I'm happy to move or to second the motion.
Well, before you go, I overlooked tying it to the revised plans.
Yeah. Let's do that.
Yeah, I
No,
think
that's good because that's got the screening on it.
Yeah, and I think the applicant actually suggested that would be helpful to assure the neighbor that they're doing what they agreed upon.
Yeah.
Okay, so you second that motion, Carl?
Absolutely.
All right, all in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Number 18, 117 Holborne Avenue. The purpose of this application to alter the existing 1.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a 2-story front and rear addition, a 2-story side addition on the west wall, 2 second-story cantilevered side additions on the east wall, an integral garage, a front bay window, a front porch with a canopy, and a rear ground floor deck with a rear basement walkout. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant. We have a report from Urban Forestry and concern from 119 Holborne Avenue. Mr. Cheng?
Hello? Hello? Good afternoon.
Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
We can't hear you. You're very garbled.
Can you please call my phone?
Should we call you on the phone?
I'll give you a call.
Xiaowei Chen.
At the tone, please record your message.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to give him a call one more time.
Okay.
Xiaowei Chen.
At the tone, please.
Xiaowei, you may have received an email yesterday with an invite link. There should be a phone number attached to that.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you clearly. If you'd like to try to proceed, we can do so now. If not, we can try a call again.
Okay.
Okay, could you speak up, Mr. Cheng?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. Could you give us your name and your address for the record,
Yes.
please?
My name is Xiaowei Chen. My address is 70 Lauder.
But please speak into the microphone. We lost you again.
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps maybe we should move on to item number 19 and have the applicant call in to us.
I'm going to connect my customer.
I don't think his connection's clear enough for please try and connect by phone.
Yes, I'm connected by phone.
Enter your attendee ID.
Okay. Number 1959 Gilmour Avenue. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 3rd-story addition with a rooftop deck above the 2nd-story portion of the building. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have 13 form letters in support from residents on Gilmour and Fairview Avenue, and 11 petition in support by properties on Gilmour and Fairview, in opposition from 61 Gilmour Avenue. Curtis Van Kooten.
Good afternoon, committee.
Good afternoon.
My name is Curtis Van Keulen, 1A Conestoga Drive, Unit 301, Brampton, Ontario, L6Z 4N5.
Thank you. I don't think we need a presentation on this matter. It looks pretty straightforward. Do you have anything you want to say to the panel before we go into committee?
Just that we have listened to and addressed as much as we could number 59's objections in her letters. We have gained enormous support in the neighborhood regarding all of this anyways, but I'm happy to answer any questions and present anything you wish.
Thank you. Panel, any questions, or Larry?
Yeah, just on the rear patio deck, I'm just trying to look at the plans, and I just want to confirm that that's privacy screening back there.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. If you go to the the presenter is adding the correct floor plan. The privacy screens are noted on the sides, and then the rear facing railings are going to be just normal standard railings. So the privacy screens are on the sides, thus blocking the neighbors' views.
That's good. Yeah, I was just looking at drawing A202.
Oh, correct. Yeah.
The right elevation. The right elevation. No, that's the left elevation. A202. Oh, that is it. So have I got an old 202?
Through you, Mr. Chair, you possibly do. We did resubmit. We worked with planning staff to add these privacy screens in after the initial submission.
One.
Yeah, so
that one doesn't look like privacy screening.
Right. So the correct one would be the superseded plan or the revised plan that the presenter was currently. If you go back down to A202, the current set of plans, that one. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I was just a little confused. Just wanted to confirm that's the right one we're dealing
Understood.
with.
Thank you.
So just to clarify on Larry's point, then a condition that says that is it the east and the west sides of the third floor decker to have 1.5 meter opaque screening? Is that correct?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
Thanks.
Okay.
Most welcome.
Any further questions, or do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'm happy to move this one, Chair, just to move it along. I thought this was a fine proposal. I did read the next door neighbor's letter, and it was actually quite well researched. As she puts out, she's a former librarian, is very good at researching, and she indeed did do a good job researching. But I'm heartened to hear that the applicant has had some discussions and are trying to accommodate the concerns that she has with respect to the roof. So I think this is a supportable application, lots of support otherwise. I'll move approval subject to forestry condition. Nope. Have I got the wrong one? No, there's no forestry condition. Pardon me.
Just the screening.
Oh.
Do you want to put that as a condition?
The screening, I think we need it, yeah. The north and the south edges of the third floor deck are to be screened with 1.5 meter opaque screening.
Okay, that's fine. I thought it was covered.
Why don't you just say in accordance with the revised plan A202, because it's there.
Sure. Happy to second that.
Second that. Okay, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you, sir. Sabrina, can we go back to number 18?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. That's the last item for this morning's session.
No.
Yes.
Well, we haven't got to 20 yet.
No, 20 is at 2 p.m.
Oh, okay. All right, so now we got to go back to 18.
Yes.
Mr. Cheng.
Yes, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay, we can hear you better. Can you just give us your name and address for the record, please?
Yeah. My name is Shao Wei Chen. Address is 70 Northern Crescent.
Okay, can you tell us about this? Because there is some opposition.
Sure, thank you.
Sure, thank you. The existing lot is a 1.5 story house. There is a shared driveway between 117 and 119. The shared driveway width is 3.44 meters at the existing front wall, 3.41 meters at the existing rear wall. The shared driveway is wider than 11 feet. The proposal to add the additions of the existing house, the second floor cantilever over the shared driveway to the property line 0.62 meters. The bottom of the overhang is more than 13 feet from the shared driveway. So all the minor variances listed in the zoning notice. So if you have any question, I'm happy to answer. Thank you.
Any questions, panel? Yes, Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The person had 119 had asked that you not reduce the width of the shared driveway and maintain 11 feet clearance. The 11 feet clearance you got, it shows on the north elevation. Can you clarify that the driveway is not being reduced, the shared driveway in width?
The driveway is not reduced based on the side plan. You can look at the side plan.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right, so Betty Jane Filipovsky.
Yes, hello. This is Betty Jane Filipkowski. I'm at 115 Holborne Avenue, East York.
Okay, thank you. Can we have your concerns, please?
I'm just concerned that my backyard garden will be getting more shade because of the increased length of the house and the I don't know if a fence is going to be built between the sites.
So you're concerned about the shade from the additional height?
Yes. And height and length, because the building length will be increased, of course.
Yeah.
And also on the survey it says there's a metal shed on my property. It's not a metal shed; it's actually a glass greenhouse. So.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Sheng.
Hello?
Yes. So can you respond to Ms. Filipkowski's comment?
So I'm looking at the survey to so sorry, I just lost the phone. Can you pardon me, please, for her comments?
Pardon? I didn't hear you, Mr. Cheng.
Yeah, can you repeat her comments?
Yeah, she's concerned about the additional length and the height is how it's going to affect her garden.
Oh, because the house is located in the north, most of the sunshine is from the south and the west, east. I don't believe this one will negatively impact her house. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Panel, any questions? Okay, do we have a motion? Is there a variance for depth? I didn't
No.
see it.
No,
No, I didn't think
it's just
so.
there's one for height.
Yeah. But I wouldn't think it makes much of a difference if the extension is 8.5 meters or 9.59 meters with respect to the blocking of sun, etc.
Yeah, and he's not looking for a reduction of green space at the backyard as well.
Yeah.
I mean, overall, this is quite a lot of variances, but they are all pretty minor, and fortunately, when they combine together, it is still reasonable. There's no parking problem. There's no backyard landscape reduction. Height is relatively reasonable.
I'm just looking at the front on the site plan with respect to soft landscaping, and there's an existing concrete drive, which I presume they're keeping. But there is a new patio. And even though it might not be a lot, I wonder if we could make that permeable. That might actually help a little bit. They're about 12% under what is required.
Where is this at the back, Larry?
I think I'm at the front. It's the front yard landscaping.
Yeah, but the front yard landscaping requires 75%. There's only 38.13. I don't know whether the number is correct because it's the same as the rear. So I don't know whether that number of 38.13% is correct, but it's more than 12%, Larry.
Oh, pardon me. I thought the requirement was 50% in the front. So thank
No,
you.
it says 75, variance number 11.
Well, again, it looks like the property line is pretty close to the front of the house. So I think the only thing we could do is require maybe that new patio to be permeable. It doesn't look like they're doing a new driveway, so they're keeping the existing.
Why couldn't the driveway be permeable? It's definitely under. It's 75% is what the bylaw requires, and they're only providing 38.13% at the front.
Yeah, no, I'm
So
with you.
I think it's quite reasonable to say you've got to redo that driveway in permeable pavers.
Is it a mutual drive?
I think it leads to well, the way it's shown, it doesn't appear that way. It looks as there's hold on a second.
I think there is a right of way along the side there.
Can't read the plan.
Yeah, there's a.
But if you look at where it says there's existing concrete driveway, then there's a strip of soft landscaping beside that. So
You're right.
I don't see why that existing concrete driveway can't be made into permeable pavers.
Agreed.
So it has to be only on his property line.
Yeah.
Then it will be half permeable, half asphalt.
No, because I don't think so, because Aaron, if you look at the site plan,
Right.
you see the driveway, and then
Right.
there's a landscape strip that's 0.52 meters wide that separates that driveway from anything on the adjacent property.
Yeah, you're
And
that's
this,
right,
it
Carl.
says right of way here, Carl.
If you scroll down, yeah. Is that
How
right
can
away?
you drive on the right of way if it's got a strip of landscaping on it?
No, it's beside.
The landscape is on the left side of that arrows.
Yeah.
Soft landscape, you see how they started the word soft? That's the
Right. There's an
very
arrow.
tiny part. Right. So
But it's still a strip that, my point is that the existing concrete driveway to remain, which is shown as hatched, is all on his property. And then there's a strip of landscaping, of soft landscaping beside the concrete driveway.
So I guess that doesn't reconcile. If you go on Google Maps, it doesn't reconcile with what Google Maps is showing. It doesn't show. It doesn't show a existing driveway in the front or street view.
Okay, then that kind of addresses the concern that the neighbor had about not wanting him to reduce the width of the driveway. So the site plan's wrong.
Unless Google Street View is horribly out of date.
Well, it's awful. This site plan's awful strange because it has an existing driveway that looks solely on the property of the applicant, whereas there's a right of way beside the soft landscaping portion, and I have no idea where that goes.
yeah, if you go back to the survey, which is a page up, then that's basically what is the situation now.
So that looks like a mutual drive.
Yeah, there's
And then there's a porch over what the site plan indicates is an existing driveway. So something's
the site
really
plan is
wrong.
incorrect.
You know, given the importance of the driveway and given the landscape, unless the applicant can clarify why we've got an incorrect site plan, I think this needs to be deferred. And like, I'm not comfortable that we've got the necessary correct drawings to work with. This site plan appears to be incorrect.
Mr. Cheng, could you help us?
Okay. Hello. Thank you. A question regarding the driveway. I just double check the site plan. Because the text shows existing concrete driveway to remain. I think it's just a portion, a small portion beside the concrete driveway remain. I think beside the shared driveway. So the hatch area has to be a new driveway. A new driveway. So our calculation is landscape. Take it as this is a hard pavement. So all the calculation is correct. So take it as this hard pavement. If you're concerned about this one, we can design this new hatch area as a permeable driveway.
The hatched area where you say it's a driveway to remain, though, what that appears to be is front yard parking.
You should change that and say proposed driveway to parking. And
wouldn't you need a variance for that?
Yeah, I think that we don't have the right information on this one.
So the hatch area actually is proposed new driveway to the new garage integrated into the house. So hatch area can be a permeable driveway. So for the calculation number 10, number 11 regarding the landscape area and the soft landscape area, we take it as the hatch area, the hard pavement.
So where you say it's an existing driveway to remain, that's your access to the integral garage.
The text could be
But the driveway
typo
isn't
error.
there.
It's just a portion of the existing driveway, including the new driveway.
Yeah, you know, Kyle, I agree with you. The site plan is wrong and it might have implication on the zoning review. I would not just defer it. I would probably, I don't know if it is possible, request for a new zoning notice with proper correct site plan. If even without the Google map, just looking at this at the survey and the site plan, they don't match.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think we can deal with this today.
I agree.
Doesn't the, when you see the Google map, when you see the house itself, I had no idea where that concrete parking that's to remain, concrete driveway that's to remain is not there.
Not really there. The applicant just indicated he's proposing that as the entrance to the pinnacle garage. I think
sorry,
we
can I
should defer the
clarify?
application.
Sorry, can I clarify these things? So you can write the condition for this one. So the notes in the hatch area, existing concrete driveway to remain, we can remove this one. It's a proposed driveway. It's not a remain. It's not existing concrete. It's a proposed driveway.
What I'm worrying
This is a
about is
typo.
the incorrect
Yeah, I agree there.
site plan leading to an incorrect zoning notice.
Yeah, and we might have the wrong variances, right? And I do notice there's a utility pole out there, and there's a fairly substantial tree on the front too. So I think
front tree, the front tree is in the city's property line. That's the clearly showing the site plan. It's a very light green. Take a look at the very light. The trees still there. So the new hatch area, the hatch area in the site plan, in our proposed site plan, is proposed driveway. So the note is a typo error. The existing concrete driveway remains. That's a typo error.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think we need to move into committee and move forward with this one. Thank you. And John, if we could just have the applicant muted. Thank you.
I mean, Kyle, I think none of us will prepare a site plan like that to begin with.
Oh, good Lord, no. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move that this application be deferred to clearly indicate the variances requested and the proposal, because I agree with Aaron, there are lots of questions, and each time you solve a question, you're probably affecting the variances. So I think we're just wasting our time on this at the present time. I'd like to move deferral.
Yeah, and I just want to add that not that we are trying to correct a typo, but there are many things don't add up, and I think the site plan needs some really, I think to the applicant, you need to really speak to the person who prepared the site plan and make sure that the survey, photos, and what you present are all consistent. Because right now we just don't want to guess, and it's actually fair to you to have something accurate and legally binding so that everything is tied in. So for that, I'll second what Kyle said.
All in favor of deferral? Have a deferral, sir. Thank you. It is now 1:20, and that's the morning list. We start in the afternoon at 2:20. Sabrina?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we could start at 2:10.
Okay.
If that works. Yep.
2:10.
Mr. Chairman, on the last one, on the deferral, should we add that it's for clarification because we've deferred it, but it's not because we didn't like the roof line or something. It's because the information is not correct.
Okay. I think that's it. Aaron, that's acceptable to you?
Through you, Mr. Chair, will staff have noted that it's a new site plan with new zoning review.
Oh, thank you.
Great.
That's perfect.
Thank you. Okay. See you at 2:10.